Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Bearded Gear podcast. This is episode number 13, and today I am joined by my buddy, Thomas Moore, who many of you may know from his Instagram. If you are into Spyderco, you've probably been following Thomas for quite a while. If you're a member of the Millie PM2 Para3 club, then you definitely know him. He is the co-creator. A few weeks ago, I had Jason on. He's the other person behind the Millie Club, but Thomas is 50% of that equation. He's the other one. And I'm a moderator in that club now, so I've gotten to know Thomas pretty well. We've even met up in person. And Thomas is one of the preeminent Spyderco figures in the private collector world, if I could say it that way. How you doing, Thomas?
I am doing well, sir. It's good to see you again. Last time, me and Jake met in person, so we proved to each other that we're both real. We're not catfishing on the internet, and we're both really into knives. But we didn't have much time to connect when he came down. We were eating burgers and driving around. So I asked you because I want to do this because I was jealous of Jason doing it. So
the plan all along was definitely to have you on as well. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, it was pretty fun. So a couple months ago, I made a trip up to Portland and stayed with a buddy up there who used to live down here. Anyways, we spent a good few days up there. And so even before I went up there, I had reached out to you letting you know I was going to be there. And we had decided to go to a burger spot. It turned into a video. There's a video on my channel of us trying those burgers. Well, me trying it. You'd had it a bunch of times. And then we went to your house, and people can watch your son drink your root beer while we hang out on your couch. And we had a good time. It was a lot of fun.
Best YouTube video on the internet? One with
Probably.
me, because my son's in it, being super cute and up in my business the whole time.
He stole the show, for sure. Remind me, that burger place was called
Super Deluxe, and there is, I think, 3 locations now. But we went to the one in Southeast Portland, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I had InNOut tonight, so InNOut is fresh on my mind. But part of the reason why we went there is because sometimes in the Millie Club we get into a discussion, and I've instigated it a few times because it tends to become quite the controversial post in a fun way when it happens. But I'll just post a photo of my knife with some InNOut and just say that it's the best burger ever. And then, of course, you get a ton of people who are like, no, Five Guys is better. And somebody's like, oh, the Habit burger is the best. And InNOut is definitely the best, which is going to make people in the comment section right now get mad. But Thomas had said all along that his favorite spot up in his area, there's not really any InNOut near you. There's one in Oregon that
no, there's a couple, but there's only one that's like near a city.
Yeah, the one I drove on the way out to the coast, I don't know what town that was in, but it was also like crazy, ridiculously long line, and it was at like not a peak eating time. And yeah, it made me appreciate that here in Southern California I could drive to 3 within 10 minutes from my apartment.
Yeah. I mean, once you get used to it, I guess everything loses its luster, but I try to go to InNOut. It was summer. So last summer, and there's flaggers 4 blocks from the restaurant.
Crazy.
I don't think it's much better yet because the newness hasn't worn off, and there's still a lot of people haven't been there. I almost drove an hour south of Portland last weekend to go get it, but then Kim reminded me that the line's probably still gonna suck. So,
oh man. And you have been to InNOut though here.
I went to InNOut at least once in Hollywood. I might have went to it again. It was good. I think my experience was dampened by everything else that was going on around me in Hollywood, California. Was kind of distracting from my InNOut burger, but I remember it being good.
Well, the next time that you're in Southern California, I'll take you to my local Pasadena InNOut burger. And so it was funny when we went in line. I don't know why I'm getting echo all of a sudden. When we were in line at Super Deluxe, I followed Thomas in his car. Am I echoing on your end too?
No, you're good.
Okay, maybe it's just my feedback. And Thomas ordered right in front of me, and I happened to order exactly to a T down to the flavor of soda, exactly what Thomas got. And it wasn't just because like I was following him and he was like, he knew what was going on, but literally as I was looking at the menu, everything that was coming out of his mouth was like what I was planning on ordering. It was perfect. I think I did get orange soda because you said it and the soda sounded really good. But
I mean, when it's available, splurge, try it.
It's hard to beat sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you come to InNOut with me, I'll make you follow me. And then I know that you have good taste and that you would appreciate what I would order because I've appreciated what you order. And yeah.
I would appreciate that. If you order InNOut though, do you do all that crazy stuff I hear on TV like animal style or like tic-tac-toe style or whatever they are?
Let me tell you what I did tonight.
Okay.
So if I'm taking it to go, this is my order 95% of the time. 3x3 animal style, no lettuce, no tomato, order fries, and spread on the side to dip. Some people do animal style fries where they put cheese and grilled onions and spread on the fries and kind of like bake it on there like chili cheese fries, but with that stuff. A, it doesn't travel all that well, and B, I find that it distracts from the burger. So if sometimes I'll do that, but I like to just get spread on the side to dip the fries in, and then you have them with your burger. But if I'm ordering there, the only difference that I do is I add lettuce, because lettuce on a burger that hot and greasy, it doesn't travel well. But when you're there and it's crisp and it's still like the way lettuce is supposed to be, then it's great. So that's the way I go. 3x3 animal style. Every now and then I'll spice it up and have them add sliced chilies because they can do that if you want it spicy.
Isn't a 3x3 like very tall?
That's not too bad. Their patties are thin. So, I mean, it's I can get my mouth around it. No problem.
Okay.
Get a little in the mustache, but.
I just trim my mustache because, I mean, you obviously have to deal with the same issues I deal with on a much bigger scale. Is these kind of travel down and get in your mouth and get stuff in it. Oh, yeah. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It was bugging me tonight, so I just went and trimmed it up.
Once you get to a certain length, you got to make sure, like I have a Renegade EDC now makes like beard balm, and it's got some like beeswax and stuff in it. And when I put that in my beard, I'll put some in my mustache and pull it to the side, and that holds it a little bit better. But yeah, if I'm like day 2 without a shower, like quarantine, just staying at home style, and I've got like Davy Jones beard made of tentacles and mustaches going in my mouth, it's nasty. It gets gross real quick.
That's funny.
So while I pour my mate, because I'm going to be absent-minded for a moment, Thomas, what got you started into the hobby of knives? Whether you would, I don't know, would you call yourself a collector, an enthusiast? What kind of knife person are you, and how did you get there?
That is a very interesting question. That's something no one's ever asked me before, and it's kind of, I don't know if there's anyone else that's really like me, I guess, that does what I do, if that's a fair statement to say. I like to announce drops. I like to take pictures. I like to have fun. I like to make jokes. I like to do funny stuff. I like emojis. I don't know. I just like to have fun with knives. And Facebook and Instagram have given me this outlet to these communities that are full of like-minded and fun people to talk knives with and have fun. So I don't really know what I would say I am. I'm a collector for sure, but that collection is dwindling because I've been selling off a decent amount of stuff.
You've sold more knives in the last few days than I currently own, and I own a lot of knives.
I sold about 75 knives in the last week.
Any particular reason? Or
I kind of talked about this last night on our video cast we did in the group, but I just have knives. If Spyderco comes out with something that's reasonably cool, I'll buy it. But the problem I have is the constant outpouring of exclusives and sprints and all that stuff. I finally got to a point where I couldn't keep up. So for a long time, I mean, for the PM2 is my favorite knife. That's the group that me and Jason run together. It's the PM2 focus group. And I was so much in the mindset of like, I have to buy at least 2. So I can have one in my case. I'll put a clip on it, but otherwise leave it alone, not sharpen it or anything. And then I'll have one I can customize and put scales on. And I also would usually keep another one in the safe or 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. So, believe it or not, I ran out of money doing that.
I could see that happening. Yeah.
But that wasn't what's been driving this current sell-off. Is when you get to a point where you have so many knives that you literally don't even, or they surprise you when you open up your like a case, like, oh yeah, I own that. Okay, moving on. It kind of becomes a bummer. Kind of gets stressful. Like I'm always cognizant of where all of my knives are, and that is exhausting when you have as many knives as I do. So getting rid of them, the main thing that I'm getting from this, besides obviously a financial benefit of it, which is nice, is this is a massive unloading of anxiety and mental stress and a load off my back. So it feels very relieving. It's lowered my stress level. But it's also been really fun because, I mean, I have legit knives. Like, well, I sold them all. But I had a lot of really, really, really cool limited Spydercos, and they were extras, and they were in boxes. And I wanted them to sell quick, so I've been selling them on Facebook for less than market value by a little bit, because it's really fun to watch stuff sell quickly. And it's been really enjoyable to see these people excited to get something that I've just been sitting on.
Yeah, and they've been on the hunt for it sometimes.
They've been on the hunt for
trouble finding one.
They will remember that I gave it to them for a good deal. They'll remember too if I gave them a flight tag, whatever. It just feels good to like get something I have been selfish with into someone else's hands that will appreciate it a lot more than me. So it's kind of been a switch of mindset that I've had over the last couple of weeks. Until 2 or 3 months ago, I'd never sold a knife ever. Like just to people in person, like close friends of, and they were still like factory seconds and stuff like that. But now I'm selling off like, oh, you want a Crew Carta? Got one of those. And I didn't even think twice. I just threw it up for cheap, and it obviously instantly sold. And
right.
I was like, oh, I'm going to regret that. But like, no, I'm not. I'm really not. I have another one. It's fine. I don't need one that's pristine. Someone else needs one in general. So that's cool.
Yeah. So what was it for you when you were in that collecting mode where you found yourself, like if you had 4 extras of a certain PM2 Sprinter exclusive, just because I feel like I can probably imagine what would lead a person to want to do that, but I've never felt it. I've never been a multiples kind of guy. What was it about having a stack of extra ones sitting there that was like gratifying? What was the thrill?
It was like a sense of security. Like that I know of, I've lost one knife in the last like 3 years, and it was a man bug the day I got it, and it's probably somewhere in this house. I just can't find it.
Yeah.
So in my head, it was always like, but what if one of my babies gets a scratch in it? What am I gonna do? Well, I'm gonna deal with it now. I'm not gonna sit on something that's $200 in my safe so I can replace it. So it's just been a big mental clearing. I've been selling a lot of stuff in my house, just trying to lighten the load, become more minimalist. And that is very loose term because I still have way too many knives, but I have.
You're also replacing them with a collection of jackets, to be fair.
Those guys? Those guys? Yeah. So that's a lot of what it's been.
No, I get it. I think, like, honestly, my buying philosophy for knives a lot of the time has been, especially like Spyderco specifically, I'm the type of guy who's into sprints and exclusives because I can have a much nicer version of a knife that I really like in a color that excites me and a steel that excites me way more than the base steel or any of the factory steels. And I can have it for a very insignificant markup if I get it during the drop.
Yeah.
But there's no part of me ever that's been like, I need to have all of them or even that I need to have more than one. Because like if my Scorpion PM2 breaks, which is like not going to happen, but if it did, then I would just get another Sprinter exclusive PM2 that's in another exciting enough variant, and like that one's my probably favorite one. I don't know, the Wreck is maybe my favorite too, but like if either of them got destroyed or lost or whatever it is, like if I drop it in the ocean, then like I'll have a bad day, sure, but it's also I have a couple PM2s now, which is weird for me. I'm not, like I said, a multiples guy, but even that, like, I have a ton of other knives. Like next to it in my case is a TRM Atom, which is a great knife, and a Vero Axon, which is a great knife. And there's like all these other knives that it's like, if a whole case of my knives was vanished into thin air, I'd be super bummed, but I wouldn't have no cutting tool in my pocket, like
Yeah.
I wouldn't be unprepared for life because of it. So I don't know. It's interesting to hear, like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I've been that way with some things in the past before, though, where it's like you got to have a couple extra of it in case something goes wrong. But for me, it's usually like cheaper tools than PM2s.
Yeah. Like part of my philosophy of life, and this is something that I wish more people would do. If something that you use on a regular basis is relatively inexpensive, buy a bunch of them and put them everywhere. Fingernail clippers, buy 3 pairs of fingernail clippers and keep them all over the place. And having that kind of stuff, like that mindset, though, it does lead to you getting too much stuff for sure.
Yeah.
And how I valued what these knives are worth kind of got out of perspective. Like it became so easy for me just to dump a very good amount of money on multiple PM2s every time they come out, even if I don't like them. And I think part of what helped me get rid of some of the PM2 part of it, at least, which is the knife I had the most of. I mean, I had like 80 or 90 PM2s until a couple of days ago. Yeah. And almost every PM2 I had 2 of, but I didn't collect PM2s until 2016. So there was 6 years of sprints and exclusives before I started that I missed. And most of those have been reissued, but there's still like 5 that they're not coming back out with.
Right.
And I made peace a long time ago. Like I don't need to spend $500 on a carbon fiber 154 S90V PM2, which is like a really expensive sprint they made a few of.
Right.
I don't want it. And so when I realized, like, well, I'm never going to have all of them then. So why do I need this one, and this one? Because I don't like them either.
Yeah. Why not just have your favorites?
I just bought them because they dropped, and I was like, well, it's dropping. I got to get it.
Yeah.
So it felt good selling an S35 VN DLC PM2 to their day. Felt really good because I've never carried it. So someone got a good deal on a brand new knife.
Right.
And I got a load off my mind. So that's really what my sell-off has been lately.
Yeah.
It
so
feels good.
With all of that liquidation that has now occurred, do you think there's because just me knowing you for the past probably about a year now, I've noticed that you have started to accumulate some knives that definitely are not made by Spyderco, but are very, very exciting. Is there any element of this sell-off that is like freeing up some funds and making some room for anything really exciting, or is it just kind of we'll see what happens?
I've purchased a couple, we'll say, high-end knives lately. Part of the sell-off that got the ball rolling was just like I got excited, bought a knife, and the next day I bought another knife, and then a week later I bought another knife.
Yeah.
And then I checked my bank account. And then I'm like, but I had this much, and then I went this. Oh. So that kind of got the ball rolling on selling off some of like the stuff I didn't need. But there's nothing high end right now that I'm really chasing. So like the funds that I've gotten, I've recouped what I spent, but I'm not chasing anything right now. For the first time, I don't want anything. I want the DLT S90V PM2 that comes out next week. I don't have to want it because I have it right here. I want this.
Yep.
But I'm not after a Holt Spectre, which is my grill, because I got it.
Yeah.
And it feels good to like get to a point where I don't have a sense of trying to fill a hole, which I know this hobby is just trying to make friends, feel whole, feel satisfied, whatever you want to call it. But like for once, I feel satisfied. I feel really good.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many people listen to this are in the Millie group, but we did a video cast yesterday and we talked about the subject, and I got, we'll say, intense a lot, really intense. about it, and I talked all about how carrying the burden of having too much stuff can be mentally exhausting and bad for you. It can be unhealthy.
Yeah, for sure. I think there is absolutely something about minimalism and yeah, too many objects around you and too much attachment to those things. It's stressful. It just leads you to worry about what could happen to those things when in reality, like things are things, like I don't know. Sometimes I envy, I don't know how many people there actually are like this, but I'd be willing to bet there are a few people out there who have like bought one PM2 or a knife similar.
What?
And it is their knife and it goes in their pocket every day and they cut all the things they need to cut with it and they don't feel a need to have this. Like, don't get me wrong, my collection is super fun to me and I really enjoy it. But there was a time in my life where like you'd find me with the same knife in my pocket every single day for months and months and months and months. And I thought knives were cool. I wouldn't have minded getting a new one, but it wasn't this big thing. And I think knives is just one example of it. But like if you find a person who can just have a thing and can be totally complacent and happy and satisfied with it, like that's a skill, I think, that does not come naturally in today's world. There's so much consumerism or whatever you want to call it.
Kind of part of my shift in my life, and this isn't necessarily towards minimalism, it's more a shift towards for a long time in my life, I always was like looking for the best deal or a discount or whatever. My motivation in life now is I like to have the best stuff. I don't want to ever replace it. I want it to be good, and I want to be proud, very proud of the things I own, so it's not like disposable. So like Jake mentioned, this is just a sweatshirt. It's nothing special. It's a Carhartt sweatshirt though, and I love it. There's 20 other sweatshirts right there that I've purchased in the last 2 months because I'm on the hunt for the best sweatshirt. And it's right there, but I'm waiting for the zip up version of it. That feels good. I've never been able to experience that with knives though. I've never got to a point where I got a knife and I was just like, that's it. Game over. I feel satisfied. But I've narrowed it in. I know what I like.
Yeah. And I've had momentary, like little bursts of that. Like when I got the Arius for the first time, I didn't buy another knife for months, which that was crazy. This is my second Arius. And if people have been following the channel and know when I got it, I bought a lot of knives right after it. But when I got that knife, it like truly kind of stopped me for a little bit. And then the Evo Typhoon, the first gen of the Sharp by Design React built ones, that one for a little bit did that to me. And
it's a good knife.
Yeah, there's certain knives where it's like you get it, and at least for a little bit, it like kind of kept me at bay because nothing else seemed like after a while when you get to know who the makers are and what their quality's like, and then you see the design, you get to have a pretty good sense of what a knife is going to be like. And there are some surprises, but like now when I look at a knife and I know we built it or Riat built it or whatever it is, and I look at the specs and I have a pretty good read before getting it in hand most of the time of what it's going to feel like and be like. And when I looked at that type of thing when I got my first Arius, it was like, it's not going to be as good. It will not be, like it's
a goofy looking knife at first, but
it's so good.
It's so good.
I don't know anybody other than Kevin, Lefty EDC, because he's left-handed, who I have either loaned this to or have told they should check one out, and they got one and didn't absolutely adore it. Even just in the last couple of weeks, I have a few friends in a group chat that I'm in on Instagram, and several of them got areolas at the same time.
Oh, pause it.
No
dictionary of that. Areola. It's an areola.
I thought you were going to say to take that out. I was like, oh, we're leaving that in. This is all one take, bro. But yeah, every single one of them without fail is like, oh, this knife is like absolutely like top 3 for me knives ever. And it's like, yes, it is. And I've been saying to everybody who would listen for a long time that it's that good. And the only knife that's come along since then that I have felt like as excited about as my Gen 4 Arius, I guess there's really two. Probably the Rotten Evo 2.0 CKF one.
That is
I don't know if
cool.
do you have one of these?
I don't.
You need to.
I know. Everyone said that, but at the time when those dropped, I was like, that looks like something not for me. And then everyone loves it. So I was wrong.
Yes. Get one if you can. And then the Jason loaned me his OCoosevelt, and that was one of those for me where I was like, this is that good. This is another time when it's like, this is actually that good. And now I'm finally on the books. So I'm freaking excited about that.
I take back my previous statement. There's one knife I'm chasing, and I thought I had it, and it was an OCoosevelt the other day. And my bank decided that it must be fraud because no one spends $500 on a knife. So bank flagged it. I'd been checked out. I didn't get my OZ. But yeah, that's an amazing knife for sure.
I got so lucky on that drop. I think I told you in the group chat of the moderators or whatever, but I was at my brother-in-law's house, and it was kind of strategic, but I knew we went out. My wife is really into, like, she's on a fitness kick right now. So she's trying to get 10,000 steps a day in addition to the workout she does. So a lot of days we'll go and we'll do a whole walk as a family.
Yeah.
And we'll put our daughter in this like jogger stroller that now she's way too big for, but we've like busted it back out because she's not walking 10,000 steps with us. So anyways, we go to this spot where we walked around a lake and we did the whole thing. It's like 5 miles around. It's great. We got all our steps in, but it was over by my brother-in-law's house. And I knew I could either like stop in some plaza and sit there on LTE for the drop and try to get it, but it was probably not going to be in my best interest. Or we could go to my brother-in-law's house, and he has like really good fiber optic internet, and it was going to be a better bet. So we go over there, and he's an SEO guy who's just super savvy, right? And I explained to him, because we were there like a half hour before it happened, what it was going to be. And he was like, should I try for one? And I was like, tell you what, if you get one and I don't, I will PayPal you the second it happens for the full amount of the knife, and I will give you a knife from my collection, something that you will enjoy and like.
That's a good deal. Yeah.
Or best case, we both get one, and then if you don't feel that knife is worth $500 when you get it, like just get the most basic one, just pay the base price, get it. If you don't feel like it's worth it when you get it, then I guarantee you could sell it for a very reasonable profit very quickly, and someone would be glad to pay it. And he was like, okay, sweet.
Yeah. Like 200% markup, something like that.
Yeah. So basically we sitting there ready, it's coming up, and somehow he was just a hair faster than me. I missed it. He got it. And so right then and there, just PayPal'd him for it. And next time I see him, I will have a knife for him as a thank you. And it's like, I am very glad that I spent the evening at his house rather than here, because if I had missed that drop 2 times in a row, I would have been, the saltiness would have compounded is what would have happened.
The first time I missed that one, it was legitimately like, I was mad because I'm like, I guess when you asked me earlier what I do, one of the things I do drops. I announce drops.
I'm good at drops. Yeah.
I tell people how to do drops. I shouldn't have told everyone how to do drops like I do, because now I start missing stuff. First time I missed the OZ, it was like, I'm an idiot. I got so nervous about it.
I should have held my review until after. I guarantee you there were a number of people who were at that drop because they watched my super, super positive review. And I was like, I bet one of them got it. And I didn't. I'm so mad.
Well, that was one of the things where it's like, I got the email from Oz about it's coming tomorrow. And like Jason says, you don't say anything. And I'm like, no, this is the one time I'm keeping this to myself. Still missed it. 100 spots. They sold out under a minute.
It was under 30 seconds. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was lightning quick, which is crazy too, because this drop, I thought maybe it's hard to predict that kind of thing, right? But I thought maybe it would last a couple of minutes because it was twice as many spots as the last drop. And this time, instead of spending like a $10 deposit or whatever it was, you had to pay the full $500 base price right up front, which you would think would like select some people out of that process.
I thought it was going to eliminate like 2/3 of the people. Who's got $500 to plunk down and then wait?
Way more than 100 people, it turns out.
Yeah, a lot more than 100 people.
And most of my friends who tried did not get one. Like I had, I don't know, probably 10 friends that afterwards were like super pissed that they missed it. which does in some way, it's sick and sadistic, but it makes it feel more gratifying that I do have a spot, knowing other people don't.
If everyone got a spot and I didn't get one because my bank declined it, I'd be a lot more bitter than, okay, at least you guys didn't get one, so
yeah,
it's okay.
And
But
other people who do drops often and are pretty good at checking out real quick missed it. Yeah.
But it's okay. And that's part of what has come in the last couple of weeks is acceptance of like, I don't need it. Like literally most of my knives have never even cut a piece of paper. Most of my knives have never been in my pocket. I love them and I play with them and I look at them and I photograph them, but it would just be another knife. So that's how I'm trying to keep it in perspective. I've held NOS. They're amazing. They're one of my favorite knives I've ever handled.
Yeah.
But I also have an Arius, a couple Holts, a couple Shiros. Can I be satisfied with that for now? Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's been, I guess we haven't really talked about this. My life's been changing a ton over the last couple of months. Like how I work in this hobby, what interests me about this hobby, my life. I'm having another kid. And a weird thing has happened through this hobby is in the Facebook group and in Instagram, it's such a positive community that has really, I mean, I don't know if people think I have my stuff together, but I don't have my life together. I do, but it's coming together now. And for a long time, I was just a mess. And I was just like, got to buy stuff to fill this void. And now I'm selling stuff off. The group has like built me up as a person. The knife group has maybe not want knives, if that makes sense. It's the knife group has moved me past filling this desire to get more knives, to just enjoy what I got and then share experiences with other people who also have them. Yeah. So that's been a big change in this. And it's also come with some acceptance, which is really good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not like regretting. I'm not bitter. I'm not mad. I'm not going to go on a bunch of groups and say, screw this brand. I'm never buying there again because I missed a drop or your website crashed or blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing that.
Right. Yeah, I think it's funny how so much of behavior in the knife community seems to be somewhat predictable at a certain point when you've been in it for a while. And just noticing like there's going to be a drop. There will be people who will be mad, right? There will also be people who are overly happy. There will also be people who got it and are now waving it in front of the people who they know are going to be mad. And it's like this whole thing, right? And I don't know. I've been real salty about a number of drops. It happens. I just admitted to being real salty after the first time I missed the Oz. But when I missed that Oz, did I have an off rest of my day? Yes, absolutely. Did I go spout off to a bunch of people and public posts on the internet about it? No. Scream into your pillow. Be a grown up.
The ones that bug me the most are when a shop doesn't sprints. I understand. For sprints, I don't know if you sprints before. There's sprint runs, which every dealer gets from Spyderco. And then there's exclusives, which are usually at an announced time that only one dealer has, and they sell it very rapidly if they're popular.
Right.
The problem with exclusives is Spyderco does exclusives for dealers. Like they do it to strengthen the dealer network. They don't do it they're like, oh, we can make more money selling more knives. I mean, I'm sure they do, but they do it to strengthen the dealer network. That's why they'll work with Blade HQ and do a ton of Jade knives. Yeah, Blade HQ is a huge dealer and they do massive quantity. Yep. They also do exclusives for Safe and Lock Store, which is just two people and they sell knives in the side of their business that they also sell safes.
Right.
And they'll do exclusives for them because they want to build them up. They want to bring them in and get more people involved.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool about exclusives. But what pisses me off is when these dealers come out and they price stuff very competitively. They could price it higher, but people keep stuff pretty close to base cost, maybe like 10, 20 bucks more max. But the comments of, I missed a drop, I'm never buying from your shop again. Scratch that. I'm never buying from your shop because I never have yet. And this was going to be the first time I do it.
Right.
Those infuriate me. And like, I'm friends with a lot of dealers, and I'm friends with several very sensitive dealers that take what customers say very seriously. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they take it overly personal to make sure everyone has a good experience. That's where I would have the patience to deal with.
Right.
And they do everything they can to make these people happy. And that's very commendable of them. But it's not fair what we as a community have to put these people through when they produce a product. I mean, I keep on saying for us or for them. Like, yes, this is a money-making adventure for everybody except for me and you. It's a money-losing adventure for us. But like, dealers don't have to do exclusives. They do it and it does amazing. Doing a Spyderco exclusive, if you're a dealer and you want to get exposure, do a Spyderco exclusive. Yeah. If you are not aware of how fast Spyderco exclusives PM2s drop, St. Nick's PM2 was $180. They sold 1,200 in 1 minute and 20 seconds. That will get your name out. I didn't know what St. Nick's was until they dropped their first exclusive. I didn't know what River's Edge Cutlery was.
Same.
I didn't know who Safe and Lock Store. There's a ton of dealers that DLT. I didn't know who DLT was until they dropped their first Spyderco exclusive. Yep. Like, they weren't a huge name in our community. It was Blade HQ or Knife Center. But these smaller dealers getting these exclusives has completely broadened the market. And I know a lot of people are like, well, it's saturated and there's too many. And okay, when they stop selling out in 2 minutes, we can start discussing that it's saturated. But it's not, because there's enough people out there that still want this stuff. And there's still people like me that want to get as many as they can. But
yeah. And a lot of people I've found tend to try to make the claim that, like, well, they know this is going to sell out really fast. They should just make way more. But what drives me nuts about that is a lot of these retailers that you're mentioning are pretty small businesses in the grand scheme of things. Not everyone has the buying power that Blade HQ or Smoky Mountain or like some of these bigger retailers, Knife Center. Like, there's the big guys who could cough up maybe a couple $100,000 to bring in thousands and thousands of these knives from Spyderco. Yeah. But if you're a smaller store and you're like partially foot traffic, partially online, and like to upfront the cost of how much that production run is going to cost from Spyderco is massively expensive.
So the way it works, though, the problem is the liability in the end. It's not every sprint. People like to say everything sells out immediately. No, it doesn't at all. Not even close. The ones that you're thinking of do, because those are the ones you missed.
Right. What about the Wave PM2?
The ones you skipped because you didn't like them?
Yeah.
Those are still sitting on a shelf, and someone has to carry that while they paid the bill, and they're just carrying that over month after month. Yeah. So it's by no means guaranteed sellout.
Yeah, the Emerson Wave PM2, I remember being shocked to find out that at Christmas time, they were marking them down. They were doing significant discounts on them to move that inventory. And I was like, oh, I assumed that those sold out like the day that they got announced, but I guess not. You know, like, that's a PM2 with a unique blade shape, and it didn't sell out instantaneously.
Maybe I need to do Blade Ops a favor. I'm just going to start posting just that knife, and I'm going to tell everyone how cool it is to wave open it out of your pocket until I slice my hand open. But that was mind blowing. It was an inexpensive PM2. It's been sitting to a point where they've had to discount it. I think the satin one was down to 136. So that's $18 less than a new one, like a base model one. And that's crazy. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's its own world, right? Being a dealer who plays the Spyderco exclusive game, and you're right, none of it is a sure win, right? I think you can get pretty good at figuring out which ones are probably going to do really well, especially if it's like if St. Nick's drops another thing next week that's red with 4V blade steel, then that is going to be gone.
Yeah,
unless maybe it's a poachy. Even then, it probably will.
If it was a red poachy, red and black poachy, it would sell out. Now, it wouldn't have sell out if it was the first one, but now it would.
And with that would actually be kind of cool just for namesake, because they're all like the Deadpool series of knives. So then you'd have a dead poachy, and that would be even better than a living poachy, because that knife is terrible.
What's funny about using that as an example of like a dealer that's been successful with exclusives, that's a dealer who almost didn't do exclusives anymore.
That Delica.
They're Delica. Okay, so
they had to bundle it with another exclusive in the end to get those last ones to move.
Japanese steel frame Spydercos are really expensive, like unnecessarily expensive, too expensive. I don't like them. They're too expensive. That's coming from me, who owns a lot of Spydercos.
I don't like backlocks, so I'm out on all of them. But
so you put a red G10 and then you coat the blade black. People don't like spending $190 on a Delica or whatever it was. It was expensive. I looked at it a bunch of times, and by the end, St. Nick's was sitting on inventory. They were just they're discounting it and trying to package bundle it. Like, hey, you know our crazy popular Para3? The only way you can buy it right now is if you buy it with a Delica.
Yeah.
You're still not going to buy it? Okay.
Yeah, but now that series of knives with the natives that they've done, or native 5s, with the Para3, the PM2, the Shaman, like people are all about that. I know a couple people who have all of those, and those are like the Spydercos that they own. Like,
do you know what the hardest, most popular to get one is?
The Lil Native, probably.
The Delica. I'm not kidding. Everyone wants the Delica now because they're trying to complete their set. And no one in our little group either have them, they're a Delica collector, or just, they're wherever. So that's what I think is really funny, is how there's a lot of those that Rec Para3. The marketing photos for the original Rec Para3 drop, I almost didn't buy it because it was gross. Why do I want a brown knife? It looked gross.
I wanted it. I was all about that. That was going to be my first exclusive.
Not on the drop, on the pre-order. The pre-order lasted days. Like, no one bought on the pre-order. It was just an ugly Spyderco marketing photo, and they are not good at taking marketing photos that are color accurate at all. So if you're ever looking at a Spyderco marketing photo and it's on a wood table and it's kind of darkly lit and you don't like the color,
just assume it's not going to look like that.
It's not going to look like that. But that's how the Rec was, and it's like now it's like the hardest, most popular to get Spyderco there is.
You're going for $700 or $800. It's bananas.
There's a lot of knives like that, like the Safe and Lock store marbled carbon fiber Saber Ground 4V Mannix. It is a beast. It's got marbled carbon fiber. It's got a chunk of a blade. It's got a cool looking grind, cool steel. Sat for 9 months. They discounted it. Still didn't sell. Now they're really hard to get. And it's interesting how the cycles go and people change stuff. And part of what I do, I like stuff selling. And
that means new stuff can come out.
Yes. So I changed this recently on my Instagram bio because I just want a simpler bio, but I used to consider myself a Spyderco hype man. I like making everyone I can aware of what's out there because it makes people more excited to get it and have more fun with the hobby. And it makes it, we talked about like bumming out missing a drop. If there wasn't people that were bummed out missing it, the opposite's true, is like people wouldn't be that excited for landing it too.
Yep.
So all that being said is if stuff sits, it puts a stink on the entire brand or the entire model or whatever it is. It kind of loses that hype and it loses momentum. And once we lose momentum in our hobby, then there's no motivation for dealers to commission more stuff. And you're never going to see the type of things come directly from Spyderco from the factory. Is you're going to see, I mean, they've been a lot more daring lately, but like you're going to see safer things on a regular production knife than you're going to see from a dealer who only has to sell 1,000 and then it's done. So it can be more unique with like the Rec. Like they're never going to do that PVD coating on a normal PM2, but they can do it on that and it sells out and people will be excited about it.
Yeah. So obviously you just self-described yourself as being a unapologetic Spyderco hype guy in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And I always call myself a fanboy of the brand. I'm not resistant to calling them out on things that at times I find are not to my taste, the Pochi being one of them. But there's been a number of things from Spyderco that I don't get or just plain don't like, or which is fine because they also make plenty of things I do. But if you were to isolate one thing about like the Spyderco brand, if you were given the keys to the car for a minute, what would you shift or alter about Spyderco?
Honestly, I would stop making knives in Japan. Seriously, I'd stop making Japanese knives. The Delica which is a very strong statement because that's Spyderco. That's where it came from. Seiki City,
Right.
Japan knives. Those are Spyderco for a long time. There wasn't a U.S. I don't know when the U.S. plant opened, but for a long time, like you go buy an Endura or a Delica, and those are great knives for the time. But the industry has evolved so much. And part of my realizations has been like, I'm done chasing Delicas and Enduras because I don't need to chase them. You don't need to have. I have a case of Delicas and Enduras, and I'm not a big fan of them, but I felt obligated to collect them because it's a collectible item. Mm-hmm. So the price point of Japanese stuff keeps on creeping up every year. Like as a brand, Spyderco does regular price increases, just inflation, whatever it is, cost of living. Stuff has to go up in price. Problem with the Japanese stuff is it's gone up in price so much that it's out of
whack compared to competition for sure.
Yeah. Like I can go get a Civivi for $50 that will blow away a Delica.
Yep.
Yeah. And it'll be cooler and it'll be a flipper and I have a jade scale with like some good steel Civivi right now. And it's like, this is the same price as a Delica. I can't with a straight face recommend a lot of those budget Spydercos to people anymore because the prices got to a point where it's like there is better options.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like if you were to ask me in the price range of a Delica, what you should get, where is it? I've got knives everywhere. Oh, Ferrum Forge Stinger and Nitro V blade steel. When you find them on sale, they're like $85. It's on bearings. It's a flipper and it has a fuller, so I can middle finger flick it. Super thin, very light. All the advantages of a Delica, I would say, are done better here. And it's also really thin grind, very thin behind the edge, comes super sharp. Like this is, to me, 300% better than a Delica. But it's funny, when I was getting into the hobby, I didn't really start buying Spydercos at first. In fact, the first Spyderco that I got was I won it in a Smoky Mountain Knife Works giveaway. They were doing like their monthly or weekly Instagram giveaways. And it was a Blurple S110V Para3. And they'd kind of been on my radar. I'd been thinking about trying one. And I was like, oh, sweet. I just got one that was more expensive than what I would have bought at the time anyways. And is bought a word? Than I would have bought? I feel like boughten sounds wrong that moment when it came out of my mouth. Anyways, that I
bought it.
Areola. It was more expensive than I would have purchased on my own. And I got it and I was like, oh, I get it now why Spydercos are really good. But people had been recommending to me to buy a Delica when I'd said I was considering trying out Spyderco. And the Delica to me was like so far down my list, even then, being FRN, a backlock. It was just like, no, like I don't want
that. What about
the
VG10 steel? You're not going to get that anywhere else.
But they do their VG10 really well, Thomas. It's like, I don't care. It's VG10. Like at a certain point, I mean, I wanted to try one eventually. So I picked up the Salt 2 in H1. Now the LC200N ones are way better. But I got this from River's Edge Cutlery because I hadn't had any Japanese Spydercos. And this knife typically is the one that just lives in like my tackle box. It's like if I'm going fishing once or twice a year, this is the knife that's going with me. But even then, it's like, I mean, I also have a quiet carry waypoint. I have a drift on the way. At a certain point, that's even not such a good argument for being what's in my pocket. And then I have the Dragonfly that Jeff sent me to review and then told me is for my daughter when I'm done with it. So it lives in my knife case for now, but this will be my daughter's first knife. And for that, great. But like, I also wouldn't have purchased a Dragonfly for myself or even as a gift for my daughter.
I will say this though.
Totally transparent.
You're a knife guy, so I assume people come to you and ask you to borrow your knife, right?
Yep.
and you say no, or you hand them something else, correct?
It depends. Yeah. I change what I carry every day.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's kind of like a one for me, one for you. But especially like during the world of COVID, I've had to be much less prepared to have a knife in my pocket for someone else
Yeah.
because unless we're like going to my sister-in-law's house for the day, if we're just going to be around here, then what is my wife going to ask me for a knife? Like I'll run in the other room and grab a crappy one from the case. But yes, I'm well versed, especially when I used to be like in a workplace. It's like front right pocket is my me knife, back left pocket is my someone else needs a knife and they're going to run off and cut a staple with it knife.
Yes. So my lender knife I keep at my desk at work is my first decent Spyderco. I had a Tenacious, had it for a couple of years, didn't even know how to flick a knife open. I was just like, oh, it's Tenacious, got a hole in it. It's a good knife. It was $36 on Amazon. It was the highest rated pocket knife on Amazon 10 years ago when I bought it.
Yeah.
But then I bought a Delica, and Delica is what made me fall in love with Spyderco. Don't get me wrong. It made me fall in love with a different part of it because it's a very functional knife because it's so simple not to take apart, but it's simple to use. It's just open it up, backlock, close it. Anyone can do it. It's not intimidating to bust out in public. It's not intimidating to give to my mom. She'll use it. I hand my mom a paramilitary too. She'll be like, no. But Delica is people friendly. And so I keep one of those at my desk and it is beat to crap. You're right. When you lend someone a knife and they're not a knife person, they have often not as much respect for your property as you would hope.
Right. Well, a different understanding of the capability of the tool is what I've found. Like, I'm all about hard using my knives, and I find excuses oftentimes to hard use my knives. But when I'm in the act of hard using my gear, I am also usually pretty well aware of the intended use and the most effective use. Like the other day, I was prepping firewood at my sister-in-law's house, and all she had, we got out the little chimenea thing because it was cold and the kids wanted to roast marshmallows. All the wood she had was literal, like they've been doing construction there. So there were 2x4s and 4x4s and 4x6s in various lengths of like not the best wood to burn, but it was what we had, right? And I had a loaner prototype knife from Jacob Ginsberg. It's a little, he calls it the Bush Bandit, and it's a pretty thick kind of bushcrafty little fixed blade. And it was like, I was batoning through that wood like crazy with that knife, and I'm supposed to be testing it. That's why I have a prototype of it. And it was great. I wished I had my camera because it was like for an hour and a half, I was just like processing this crappy wood. And it was like, if I had handed that same knife to somebody else who isn't into using knives or like just into knives, right? And I was like, go chop up some of that wood, that knife would look a lot worse than it does right now. Because like, I know from use and from understanding the mechanics of it, how to kind of properly use it. But most people just don't. So like they think, yeah, I can jam the tip of this rotten Evo under the staple that I need to remove because staple removers weren't invented for any reason at all. Let's use the tip of this knife. Like people just, they assume, oh, it's a knife. It should be able to do hard stuff like that. It's made of metal.
I loaned the Delica to this guy with the intention of like, carry this for a week and you'll want a Spyderco. And I went golfing with him and he's standing on the car and he's taking out his Delica and marking his ball spot by jamming it in the ground into the sandy, nasty soil with super soft VG10 that is now scratched to hell. He didn't even care. It was a knife. And it's
metal strong.
Metal strong. Why didn't it cut? But it's just I take care of my stuff very well. Obviously, I'm very particular. I've become pretty decent at repairing most minor things that go wrong with knives, like obviously action, but scratches. I know how to fix most scratches or whatever, or lock stick. I have parts I can switch out. Whatever. I like my stuff to be really nice, and so other people don't often get a chance to handle it.
Yeah. I just thought of a really funny story that I don't know how I had forgotten about this ever to begin with, but a distinct memory from when I was a kid. I was probably in like 5th or 6th grade, and my backyard growing up was undeveloped. I've told some stories about it, but we had this big backyard, and it was just like Southern California brush up to my hips, and like some trees that had grown on their own, and it was crazy back there. And I was allowed as a kid to go out there with like I had cold steel swords and spears and machetes and axes. And we'd go to gun shows and I'd buy like cheap Pakistani, like pirate looking swords. And I would just like hack at stuff. Me and my friends would like toss fruit to each other and try to chop it out of the air. Like crazy stuff that elementary school kids probably shouldn't be doing. But I remember I had this machete and my friend CJ was over and we had chopped down this tree just like for fun. And I think my parents were like, that tree can go. You're allowed to chop it down. Right. And so we chopped down this tree. And then afterwards, CJ was just like hitting like smacking the edge of the machete down into the dirt, like just chopping at the dirt with it. And I was like, what are you doing? Granted, this is a kid, but he was like, I'm sharpening it. And I was like, hold on. He was like, yeah, because when it goes through the dirt is moving along the edge like a sharpener. And so by passing it through, and it's funny because like, even me as a kid, I was like, no. Like that is going to be the quickest way to dull that machete possible. And like, I'm going to have to sharpen that. That's going to suck. And it's just funny because I think a lot of people just, they don't care or understand, like they don't care to understand the actual mechanics of how an edged object is supposed to perform and operate. Like people have scissors everywhere, but if you ask them to describe the mechanics of how scissors cut, I don't think a lot of people would even really get how that edge geometry works. They would never be able to sharpen a pair of scissors. I would probably struggle to sharpen a pair of scissors.
I don't know how to do it. I've never sharpened scissors. I get the idea, but I've never done it.
Right. Yeah. But it's like they're kitchen knives. If you try to ask them to sharpen them, they'd be like, oh, I've got this pull through thing. Here, let me go.
I have way too many of those around this house. I should throw them away. I don't know why I still have them. I throw them away, but I have like.
I got one as a freebie from Smoky Mountain Knife Works like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I ordered the I guess it's been longer than that. I got the imitation bombshell. It's not imitation. Ooh. This is another birch tree design, but Boker made this knife called the Impetus in 440C. And I had BJ Hill remove the flipper tab, add a choil, and add a Spidey hole. And so now it's like a bigger danger pickle. But
wait, that's a Boker?
Yeah.
Or that's a custom?
No, it's a Boker Impetus.
Okay.
That has been modified to basically be a danger pickle.
That's really cool.
And so it's pretty much obviously the lines are the same. It's like basically a bigger bombshell from Birch Tree that he collaborated with Boker on. They called it the Impetus, but it was a flipper, had no hole, and is a massive slab of 440C. It's real heavy. Anyways, when that came in, I hadn't even noticed. I knew when I ordered, it said I qualified for some little free gift with my order or whatever at SMKW. And it came in, it was a stupid little pull-through sharpener. And I was like, what? You're a knife store. Come on. You know better than to send. Like,
they want me to buy more knives. They want you to ruin the knives that they send you, and then you can go buy more.
I mean, that's a marketing strategy. Sure.
I had a dealer that I know send me like not with an order where it was just someone else packing it, like send me like a gift pack, and in there was a pull through sharpener. I'm like, dude, you know better than that. Yeah. I'm not going to destroy my stuff just yet, but
yeah, there used to be a local knife store right up the street from me, in the mall that's right by my house, and they've closed during COVID, like for good closed, which is kind of a bummer. But
yeah,
I used to pop in there every now and then, and the guys who worked there were pretty cool. Most of them were actual like knife nerds. And I was in there one time. This kid had just gotten a new Sebenza, and his coworker's like, "Put it through the pull-through sharpener, I dare you." And the kid did it. He's like, "All right," and just like pulled it through like hard one time. Just like, it was one of the worst. I mean, not that I'm a big Sebenza guy. It doesn't hurt me as bad as it would others, but it was still tough to listen to.
Sounds good to me. Just keep on dragging that thing. Do the handle, do the spine, do the clip, do it all. Sharpen the whole thing. I'm good.
Yeah, maybe you put the washers through there a few times. Yeah. The action might get a little better.
That's true.
Sharpen the washers
through it.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
Do you sharpen like
I
on
do.
a system?
Yeah, so I have a KME and I have the diamond set of stones for it. And I need to like get deeper and deeper in, but lately it's just been more of a time thing. Like if I have time to be doing knife things, I'm filming knife content or I'm editing knife content. And I have so many knives constantly coming through that it's rare for me to dull something.
Mhm.
So I'm also pretty big on maintenance. I like to strop between uses, and that helps the longevity of an edge. But I'm decent on the KME. I recently had an artisan knife in the AR RPM9 steel that they're using. And the point of me getting it from Lefty EDC, who bought it and had it shipped here, was for me to see what it took to get it dull and then
Yeah.
sharpen it, send it to our buddy Kyle. He's going to do the same thing. And then he's going to send it to Kevin, who bought it. So we're just going to kind of test the knife together. And yeah, so I put an edge on that and recorded it while I did, because it was like, I do have a KME. I do kind of know how to sharpen, but I'd like to get much better. And I'd like to get more materials and stuff, because right now I just have 4 stones and a strop. But
yeah, honestly though, the KME diamond setup, I don't know. Part of what I've become pretty comfortable with what I do. I don't know what that is, but I've become really comfortable like recommending stuff because people do buy it. So I'm pretty careful about what I recommend.
yeah.
KME, I think it's called the K2D4 set, is the one that has the diamond plates in it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to buy a sharpener, do not buy a Lansky. Do not buy the new Work Sharp thing. Do not buy a pull through. Spend the money and buy a KME. And you won't ever have to buy another sharpener ever again.
Unless you get real geeky and need to have something else. Yeah.
But even if you get real geeky, you can get incredible results on a KME really easily and be satisfied. The diamond plates that come with it are great. The cool thing about sharpening, though, is it's not as cool when you look back on it, but it's cool because you're always improving.
Yeah.
You never stop. I look at edges that I did a year ago on my KME that I was like, I am good. You get much more particular about looking stuff like, why did I think it was okay that there's just scratches and the heel is this tall and the tip is this tall, but it's shiny. That was what I was going for.
I got that mirror.
Nope, didn't even get the mirror. Just got shiny. Shiny and mirror, big difference.
Yeah.
So the cool thing about sharpening is you're always learning more, and the KME makes it easy to learn because you get good results and it's encouraging. At this point, though, I don't ever dull any of my knives. So when I do sharpen stuff, it's purely for the exercise of doing it, mental yoga of doing it. Like I have a TS Prof Blitz 360. I have a KME. I have a Viper Sharp. Just sitting down and like, I don't even put on music or anything. I usually just sit in my office and just sharpen. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I will get so lost, and I'll be doing something simple like an S30V PM2, and an hour and a half will go by. It doesn't take that long, but I'll spend that long because I'll just get so into it, I'll forget. And it's very Zen-like, very relaxing just to sharpen.
Yeah.
And then the cool thing is rewarding. If you can get sharp, it's rewarding. It's frustrating if you can't, but like to be able to go, I made that sharp.
Yeah. Do you feel like, do you get a better connection with the knife after you've sharpened it compared to the factory edge? That's something I've noticed too. And that's why I want to start doing it more and more, is even just if a factory edge is good, part of me still wants to, if it's a keeper knife for me that I know I'm going to keep and use this knife, I have a way better connection to that knife, especially when I do pull it out to use it, when it's like, that's the edge I put on, you know, like
all the knives I carry have my own edge on it, even though I literally took them out of the box and sharpened them with factory edge. Every knife I carry has my own edge because it's prettier than a factory edge, but I can also make it pretty again if I screw it up like that.
Yeah. Do you find yourself like reprofiling a lot and like setting a new angle?
Yeah, I reprofile a lot. Spyderco edges are pretty good, consistent. They're usually about 17 or 18 degrees, but sometimes they're 15 and 19. And I use a marker mark on the edge, it's pretty easy to get it back down using KME diamonds. They're pretty good at cutting. And yeah, so if you take a knife on a KME through 1500 grit, which is the top stone, it'll be sharp.
Yeah.
But my new, I really like this hobby at this point now because I'm comfortable enough and I have knives and whatever. But I like diving into new rabbit holes. And there's so many in this hobby. And, well, I got into sharpening. I've been into sharpening for 3 years. Always getting better. But until recently, it's not even been a year yet that I've been into stropping. That's backwards now, realizing it, looking back on it. So my new mission is to teach everyone that they need to learn how to strop. That's something that I don't think people tell people. Is like, yeah, they want to go buy the cheapest sharpener they can to sharpen their knife. No, go buy a $20 strop and spend like some decent money on diamond compound. You'll never need to sharpen your knife. Just keep it stropped. That's it. Yep. And it will be shiny and you'll get what you want and you don't have to learn to sharpen. But I think that's the first step people need to learn. Unfortunately, it was my last step. But now it's like paying off because I'm good at sharpening. So now I can polish up my edges. So it's like really like that was worth it.
Yeah. I still remember when I was like a teenager being on a camping trip up in the Sierras. And there was a guy, one of the adults on like this youth camping trip that I was on. And he was an avid bow hunter, really cool guy. I actually dated his daughter for a minute, which is hilarious. But he, really, really cool guy who I just looked up to in a lot of ways. Cause he was like, he worked like a construction job, but he was also like part-time professional bow hunter and had like all these crazy cool hunting stories. And his house was full of like all of his trophies and he'd go on African hunts and all kinds of crazy stuff. Right. And I remember specifically, I was always really into knives and firearms and stuff. And so I always wanted to pick his brain about things. And on this backpacking trip, he had his fixed blade and I forget what we were doing. I think we processed like a bunch of trout that we had caught or something. And afterwards he got out his belt and had his belt, like he pinched one end down on the ground with his foot. Yeah. And then he had this end up here and he was stropping on his leather belt. And I was like, what are you doing, Vance? Like, what is this about? You know? Yeah. And he explained to me that he had a buddy who worked in a butcher shop and like had been a butcher for a long time. And that he explained to him that the biggest thing he could do to keep his knives sharp was to strop on leather between uses. And a lot of guys, like, especially like, I don't know, when you watch chefs on TV and stuff, you see them with like the rod sharpener stick thing, just like between using it. And he's like, that's wrong. Like, you don't want to do that. You want to strop on leather because every time you do that, you're taking away a little bit of your edge, even if you're hitting the angle that you really need. Like, that's a quick way to dwindle the size of your knife down. And this is the first time I'd ever learned about stropping. And then so for a long time, like after that, as a teenager, I was like, yeah, I'm keeping my knives sharp. And I'd put my belt the way Vance did. And I thought I knew what I was doing. It was like, there's no way I was actually helping my knives, but I felt so cool, an outdoorsman stropping on my belt. But yeah, having a proper strap like on a paddle is my way to do it. I have a
I like paddle straps.
So good. And yeah, having the compound loaded in there, it makes a huge difference. And then you're right. You can never need to actually sharpen your knife. If you have a knife and a good steel and you're between uses, stropping it consistently, you just keep that sucker going.
This has never been sharpened. This is just stropped. And it's sharp. This is factory edge. And you can put a shine on a factory edge at the strop. It's not hard. So
and it's less drastic if you slip on that than if you're trying to hand sharpen on a stone or something.
Yes. Sharpening's been fun. But yeah, stropping is my new thing. I like telling people that. It's like, learn how to strop. It's very rewarding. And it's weird. Like going through this hobby, you pick up things and you look back like, how did I survive without knowing how to strop? How did I survive without knowing that Weehaw makes good Torx drivers and being able to open my eyes? How did I survive before whatever? You get used to it, but this hobby and this community is evolving to 3 or 4 years ago when I was in here, people didn't talk about stropping. People I don't know. It was kind of boring 3 or 4 years ago before the Millie group existed. Definitely. But all these parts of the hobby were way more inaccessible. Getting the information, like learning from people, having someone to talk to that's willing to sit there and just answer dumbass questions. I was a person asking dumbass questions, and now I get asked dumbass questions. And it's okay. I enjoy answering it because I was there and I want them to, learn and grow and be excited. My favorite thing about this hobby now is other people's excitement about the hobby. So not that I'm like totally burned out and jaded, but someone else being excited about something helps fuel me. And when someone can learn something and be proud that they accomplished something, and if I help make that happen, that's going to be something they remember. And I've made an impression that I think is really neat, that I can be part of their history of growing up knives.
Yeah.
Like, I bet you have a person in your life growing up that was like influential in getting into knives. Mine's named Danny Palinuk. I met him when I was 22 years old on a construction site. He ended up being friends with my family or family friends or whatever. He got me into knives. And that was 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember it. And he made me buy a Kershaw, and he taught me all about them. And he used to come to work he had a belt sharpener, like a big belt sharpener, like industrial grade sharpener.
Yeah.
And I worked on a hospital job site. So there was like 600 people working on the job site. Everyone would bring their knives to Danny and just throw them on his desk. He would sit there and just belt sharpen at his desk. And I thought it was so cool, and he knew so much, and he does. He's been involved with the knife community and where I live forever. But it's also, you talk to him about sharpening, and he's like, that S30V is pretty hard. That's the high-end stuff. And I was like, I gave him a PM2 with 20 CV, and I go, if you think that's hard, then you're going to be stepping up a little bit more.
I'm going to learn today.
Yeah. So, but he's the reason I'm into knives. Like, he brought me into this hobby, and I'll never forget that. He was very influential and important in me developing an interest that became a passion. So, and I appreciate it. He even officiated my wedding because of our connection we got over knives. The vows in my wedding, I did not hear before he gave them, but knives come up like a lot.
That's awesome.
His analogy was, Thomas likes knives, and everyone laughed, which was kind of funny. And he goes, and 2 knives come together and make a pair of scissors. And that's Thomas and Kim getting married, and they're more efficient at cutting together. It was just like some funny analogy. I thought it was hilarious, but
I love that.
Yeah, Danny's my knife person. He's the person that got me into knives.
Yeah. I think it's cool too how, I don't know, there are certain hobbies that seem to be largely kind of passed down. And it's not always, it's not 100% the case. Like recently I had my buddy Nick Rogers on from Niche Designs, and it wasn't his dad, it wasn't a brother, it wasn't some like buddy, as far as I recollect him telling the story. It's more just like, he just kind of, I think in White Elephant, that's what it was. In a White Elephant, he won his first knife in some CRKT. And he's like, this is cool. And he kind of got it. And then he's like, started researching a little more and like investigating what else was out there. And then ultimately, like, not that far later, he's buying a custom Ferrum Forge Master Blaster. Like, wow, But for most people, it's kind of like, I don't know, like people talk about the statistics on hunting and how hunters are almost always, not every time, but almost always, it's a dad or an uncle or a grandpa, like some other familial figure has brought them up into hunting. And I think knives can kind of be that way, where even if it's not like your dad was into them, although a lot of the time it is, it's like one of my buddies, a close friend of mine, was into it and kind of explained it to me. But even then, like, I've got a lot of friends who I talk to about knives because that's my whole life at this point. And they're supportive and they think it's cool, but they don't actually have like, they don't want to be involved they might appreciate having a knife in their pocket most days, but they're not like in this hobby, and there's levels to it for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm very fortunate where I work. So I am a project manager for a commercial general contractor. And luckily, I live in Portland, Oregon, where knives aren't just like okay, but there's
It's
more.
where they're made.
That's where all of them are made, except for Spyderco. Really, like there's more knives made in Portland than anywhere else in the world, and so they're very accepted here, which is fortunate for me. But I love becoming part of someone's knife story, the getting them into the hobby, because Benchmade is in Portland. So Benchmade is the default like good knife. Oh, you have a Benchmade then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've
Even down here, when people catch me like pulling a knife out of my pocket,
yeah,
I'll get like, "Oh, is that a Benchmade?"
So being part of people's story and like saying, "Here, flick my PM2." Okay, are you sold yet? So it's really fun and exciting getting people to be like, come over to my team, and like it gives me something to talk about. Like I keep a set of Torx drivers at my desk, and I tighten pocket clips at least twice a week.
Yeah.
Even if it's not Spyderco, people just come to me, and it's become like
Getting a
kind of
lot of mileage on your T6.
Yeah. But it's become like my thing at work, and it's like it's something to talk about. It's something to connect with people about. It might be such a nerdy hobby. Do you ever like just kind of step back, third person, and look at how stupid what we do is? It's ridiculous.
I try to. Yeah.
It's
hard
really
to remove
ridiculous.
yourself, but
When people like Bama goes, "Oh, you like are like really popular in the knife community," I'm like, yeah, let's break that apart. People know who I am because I have sharp, pointy things. This has nothing to do with real life. This is just a hobby that we're all in together. And this is what connects us and gets us like, we have a thing that we can talk about. Except for this is the start of the conversation. And then wherever it goes from there, that's the important part to me.
yeah.
So I don't know. Knives are very relational. Knives are important to me.
Yeah.
I don't know how serious you get on the show or if that's okay, but
anything goes here. Seriousness, craziness.
I got into knives like seriously into Spyderco. So I was into knives. I got really into buying Amazon knives when I was 28. I was like, oh man, I can buy these for like $20. I was ordering a knife every day. Like, oh, this one is a cool class.
All the Ganzos.
It's $18, made in China. It doesn't open very well. It's uncomfortable, but it looks cool. And eventually that obviously evolved into where I am now. But when I got really into Spyderco, it was kind of like my I mean, I have interesting life, but like I'm an alcoholic and I had a very, very bad drinking problem. Like when people joke around about being alcoholics, I understand. Being an alcoholic it's a big deal, and it's really hard to break that cycle. And knives helped me break at least the physical addictive side of drinking. It gave me something to take all this energy that just wanted to drink, just wanted to keep on going, just wanted to keep on destroying myself. And it gave me something to like focus in on different and just like, okay, there's a community and I can talk to people and I'm not just sitting at home drinking a third bottle of wine, watching The Office again. Like, no, I'm talking to somebody on Messenger. Oh crap, it's midnight and I have to go to bed. Oops, I didn't drink today.
Yeah.
And eventually, about a little over 2 years ago, I got October 18th, 2019 was the first day we started the Millie group. Just starting that Facebook group, within 6 weeks, I'd quit drinking, and I haven't had a drink since then because that gave me this community, this outlet, this place to post pictures, this place to just nerd out on this silly hobby we have. There's no limit to the amount of energy, and you know that because you do podcasts, you do reviews, you do so much stuff. You understand that this little hobby isn't limited like from the outsider's point of view of like, what do you talk about? It just opens and you cut stuff and you close it. It's so much more than that. That's a really good way to, get your creative energy out, get anxiety out, just pour yourself into something and become passionate about it. And it can change your life because it's the reason I'm sober, which is the most important thing in my life, because otherwise I'd probably be dead. And I'm not kidding. I would probably be dead. So knives kind of saved my life.
Yeah. It's funny because a lot of people talk about knife collecting or knife enthusiasm, whatever you want to define it as being kind of an addictive thing. Like, and it can be, absolutely.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
But it's funny because like you compare that to what actual addiction is, like substance addiction, and it's not at all as destructive, for sure. I mean, it can be financially somewhat destructive, but people spend money on a lot of things that are less useful than knives, for sure. And I think it's good. Like, I have a brother-in-law who's been sober now for over 10 years and had big struggles with alcoholism. And for him, like, he has to have something else to pour energy into. And that's taken a variety of forms over time, but it's like a lot of those things can be really, really good for people. And I get that. Like with knives, I think it's whether you're like fueling the consumerism side of it or not, the communal engagement, I feel like the more I put in, the more I always get out of it. And you have to be balanced because like I have a wife and a kid. Like I can't just spend 24/7 only engaging in the knife community, but it's a really cool thing for people who otherwise might struggle with like balance of feeling like they have people that they connect with, because the friends that I've made in the knife community are some of my best friends in the world. Like, and some of them I still haven't ever even met in person, but I've talked to them now for years. And it's just like, you know, these people, you know, the names of their family members, you know, what's important to them, you know, when something crazy happened in their life, whether it was difficult or something to be celebrated. And like, it's a real thing. And I think that's cool that for you, it was an actual like healing part of your process and a way to make it work.
And I am very privileged to be in whatever you want to say position I am within our little Spyderco community, that I have not confidence isn't the right word, but I have the privilege of being able to get serious and talk about things that most people are really uncomfortable about. But I have the platform now, and it's a terrific way to talk about stuff that's totally unknife related. Like we just talked about the fact that I'm an alcoholic. I like talking about that stuff because this is a knife community, but this is just, I mean, there's women, and this is just a bunch of the same kind of dudes. It's just a bunch of dudes, and we all have problems. We all have struggles. This might be the escape, but it's also a good chance to like commiserate with each other and like bounce stuff off each other. So this is a really powerful community. And that's like when I first started buying a lot of knives, I was just nonstop getting questions like, what is your wife letting you do this for? And then I was like, she doesn't know. So that's cool. And then eventually she knew when packages started coming every day.
Yeah.
And it went like this, like, you have enough? What are you doing? Stop. No, like seriously, stop. To giving up, to acceptance, to understanding this is a passion and it's good for me. So it is a curve that's now, it's been healing. It's been helpful for me. It's evolved, but I don't know. I don't know that I'm kind of go with this. It's been a very big week for me in the knife world, and I'm still trying to figure out my feelings on what's going on right now. But it's all good. It's very good things. And knives are what's brought it all together.
I think it's cool to open like a new chapter is what it seems like it's happening right now for you. I think those should be exciting moments where it's like there's a change that happens, whether it's something you sparked yourself, that you made this decision, the time is changing, or it just kind of happened. Sometimes is the way it goes as well. But like taking that moment to reflect on like, how did you get here and what do you want the next thing to be? I've felt lately in a lot of ways like I'm at one of those kind of roads, and there's been a few of them lately, but like starting my channel was kind of a chapter. And then there was the the channel's actually going to be what I do now. Chapter is that's a big transition,
Yeah.
right? And now I've started to share some kind of teasers, and more info will come soon, but on the knife that a friend and I are putting into production and will be available for sale. And like, that's a big new chapter. If I go from like enthusiast to reviewer to like reviewer full-time / podcaster / like that's what he's doing to like that plus now knife designer and co-owner of knife company, like that's a big thing. And I think those moments can be scary and overwhelming and all that kind of stuff if you're being real about it, but it can also be like tremendously exciting at the same time. And so for you, like having this moment where it's like you just sold freaking a crap ton of knives, you're reevaluating kind of the way that you want to partake in the community, whether it's the same old like collecting every new thing that comes out, or if it's like mentoring new people who are into it, or if it's content creation, or if it's the live shows you do on the Millie Club, or like whatever it is that's that outlet. Like it's kind of cool to change pace and do something new and evolve.
It's not that, I mean, there's Jason talks about this with me all the time because I have ADD, so I'm medicated for it. But when I get focused on something, that's this weekend, I sold knives. I sold a lot. I was on Messenger, PayPal, packing stuff, or USPS.com for 18 hours a day for 3 days.
Yeah.
And that's what I was doing. I was focused in on that. And, you know, there's just so many things like that to do that it's hard to spread all your attention around. But I think what I want out of this hobby now is to just be, I don't know. I mean, I know people look to me for advice now, but I want to be just, that's what I do. I don't want to be known for having the most knives. I'm kind of tired of being known for having so many freaking knives, to be honest. It's kind of like, okay, I did it. Moving on.
Yeah.
I just want to, you know, be a positive. I want to be a positive part of people's experience in this hobby. I want to make a safe place, which is what our Facebook group is, for people to have fun with this hobby, not drama, not bullshit, fun. And so I really try to make sure the focus stays on fun within our Facebook group. Cut out all the crap. And since we've been so forceful and focused on what we want our group to be, it used to not be easy. People would fight us all the time about, someone posted a picture of a Mannix. Cool. That's awesome. Where is it? I want to go look at it. I don't care. And eventually it turned into like, okay, well, someone posted a picture of a Holt Spectre. That's awesome. Who has that? And eventually it turned into like, someone posted, I don't know, something inappropriate. Okay, that can go away.
Right.
But like there's limits to it. And
even
like,
then it's like inappropriate how? Inappropriate.
Is Facebook gonna flag it? Is it bad?
Yeah.
And I don't know. We've created this space where everyone knows the expectations, everyone knows what is really okay. And we don't, like, me and Jason get complimented quite a bit on how well we moderate the group. No, Jason might. I don't moderate the group that much at all. I don't know how much you do. Because the group, the members self-regulate. Like, sometimes I'll go look at a post that says someone says it's out of control, and I'll go to the comments, and it'll be like some of the best members. They'll just be like destroying whoever's trying to cause problems. Like, I don't have to do anything because everyone knows the drill. Everyone knows this is our home. This is our home base, and that's what's cool about the group too. Is it's not just like I was using like a Koenig group. I have Koenig. I thought I had two. I have one now. I go there and I post pictures of it, but I don't hang out there.
Yeah.
Millie's home. Millie's like a club, not just a Facebook group. It's a club.
Yeah.
And it's the thing I'm second most proud of after my son is that club and maintaining the culture there. And I don't know. I just want to be a positive member of the community and focus the energy in there, making people have fun with this hobby.
Yeah. I think it's cool too that, I don't know, like, I think sometimes if I were to imagine people are creating a Facebook group it can be a little bit of a slippery slope where they're like, I want it to just be fun. And so I'm going to let whatever happens happen. And that's not the way for it to like long-term longevity stay fun. Right. And I think the Millie Club has struck this really good balance. Not that every decision made has ever been perfect. When Jason was on, he was open about that. He's like, a lot of people I booted when it was brand new, like, sorry guys, like that. I was a little too crazy about it. And that's fine to learn along the way as well.
Yeah.
But the vision of the club has been focused all the way along, and it resonates with people. Like,
it did take like a year to get like stable there, but it's focused vision of a knife utopia where everyone's happy. No, not everyone's always happy. There is drama. There is people complaining.
Every time there's a drop, you're gonna get those posts where like all those things happen. Sure.
Yeah.
But it's also like people are generally there for a fun time. They're having a good time. They're most of the interaction between people is positive or is clearly like for fun. It's like if people are messing with each other, no one's confused that those guys are friends and know each other, and like the gifs are actually hilarious in the comment section. Like, I love that. It's a place where I can shamelessly post feet pics and people love it. Like, it's hilarious. As long as there's a knife in it, people, I bet if I posted a picture of my bare foot right now, it would do very well in there.
Okay. We're going to do an experiment. So we are on the West Coast, both of us. It's 10:06 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
We're both going to put a similar post up on a Facebook group. I want to see who gets more likes. I bet you get more likes if you put your feet in it.
If I put my feet in it, for sure. Hold on. I got to take my sock off.
Oh, it's too dark in my office. We'll do it after the podcast because I need to set this up. But I'm interested. Sure? Yeah.
I want to get my foot up on the table right now.
Do it.
I'll take the picture now, and then we'll post it after.
But that's what's fun with the group. We can do that. It doesn't matter. It's fun. And usually some of this dumb stuff that happens like that catches fire and becomes a new fun thing to do.
Should I put Dan's coin in it too? People like Dan's coin.
No. I know. I want to see a knife though. Dan's not here. It's okay.
All right. Danger Pickle or PM2?
PM2.
Okay. I'll put my mate in it too. I don't know if I can.
Okay. While you do that, I'm going to get my root beer.
Okay. Get your root beer. All right. For those of you listening, while this is happening, I'm moving my knife case play by play because it's in the way of my butt. I need to get leverage up here. All right.
So what time do we start recording this thing anyway?
We've been going for an hour and a half. So we started just after 8:30, like a hair after.
Oh, we started already?
Just barely, Tom.
Barely.
All right, here we go. We're getting the foot up on the table. See if the podcast can see it. I'm not that flexible. All right, there's it.
Okay, I'm doing it too, but I'm going to put darn toughs in my pick so people know it's my foot.
All right, I'm balancing a PM2 on my foot. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm balancing a PM2 on my foot, which is bare. And there is a hair from the carpet on my toe.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever done on a video cast, and I love it.
This is the full bearded gear experience right here. All right.
Okay.
The picture is taken.
My picture is taken as well.
Is your foot in it?
My foot is in it. I put it on my desk, so I have light.
Is it a bare foot?
No, but it's got darn tough socks on it, which I want to show off.
Okay. Well, now I have one shoe on and one barefoot under here, so that's cute.
Yeah.
Should I show the picture on here?
No, we'll see on the group. It'll be a surprise.
Okay, fair enough. I'll set it as my background. Yeah, so in terms of the Millie Club, do you have a vision for it moving forward, or is it just maintain and grow?
So that's part of everything. I mean, this is going to sound so stupid. My life is really awesome right now. It just is. Like
Doesn't
everything is
sound
kind of.
stupid at all.
What's that?
That doesn't sound stupid at all. That sounds great.
Well, it wasn't as great, but now it's just so good, bro. It's so chill. No, it's good. Like everything's good. For a long time. Like first, so my main Instagram account is Thomas O. Moore. For a long time, I was like, I'm gonna get 5,000 followers. When I'm do that, easy street, made it.
You won.
Then I got to 10,000, and I got 10,000 followers on Instagram. I'm like, okay, I can chill out. I can retire. I don't have to ever think about getting another follower. No, that doesn't happen. You just keep on chasing it. Then I started the Millie account. Then I started the Millie Facebook group, or Facebook group, then the Instagram account. But the Facebook group, I was always just watching members. Like, we got to keep on growing. We got to maintain. For those of you who don't know, I get really nerdy about the algorithms on which social media operate on, and I try to manipulate them to the best of my abilities to grow the Millie group and my Instagram accounts. And it doesn't always work, and I'm always experimenting with stuff. And sometimes my Instagram account was frozen from growth for the last 2 months until yesterday.
Crazy.
And you just mess with it. But once we got to 10,000 in the Millie group, I actually finally experienced that. I don't care. We're there. I don't care. We can grow. We don't need to grow. We're never going to hit 100,000. So does it matter? No, we hit 10,000. That's so many people. That's a ton of people. We've got to touch most of the main people that are really into this hobby by now.
Especially when you say, like you already said, you consider it a club and not just a Facebook group, because 100,000 member Facebook group for a lot of things is not that many, but for a niche club that has the mentality of a club, that's a lot of people.
It has members who literally comment thousands of times a month, and but we got to 10,000, and it was like, blew my mind. It was so satisfying. And I was like, what's next? And I was like, I'm going to interview Eric Glesser.
Which you did?
Interview Eric Glesser. And I did. And that was mind blowing. I mean, that was my goal. I don't know what to do now except for just enjoy and relax. And that's okay.
Next is to have a sleepover with Sal Glesser.
He looks like he snores too much.
Yeah, one way to find out, though, you know?
True. No, but it's just like
bunk bed sleepover with Sal Glesser.
There's nothing I really am like, I have no goal anymore, which is good. It's good to just slow down because I spend way too much time doing this hobby. I don't need to chase numbers anymore. I'm not worried about growth stopping or starting. It's fine. I mean, I know Eric Glesser. Like, I've talked to him. I've had several conversations with him, talk about stuff that you don't normally ever hear about. That's great. I'm happy. I'm so satisfied with where this hobby is right now that it's time to give back more. Just start giving back.
Yeah. So another thing that I found is cool, not only about the club. I feel like this feature for some reason didn't take off all that well. I wish it would have. But that you particularly have been a good example of is like specifically mentoring a couple of individuals, like one at a time, and getting them on Instagram, teaching them how to take fun life pictures, have a good time with it. And and teaching them little tips and tricks to kind of set them up to be somebody who's has a good chance of like enjoying it long term.
Yeah.
That feature I feel like didn't get used very much. I know I signed up as
there's
not that anybody would want to be mentored by me, but I think a lot of people signed up as mentors and not very many signed up as needing a mentor. Is that right?
Everyone wants to teach. No one wants to learn. I get it. Everyone thinks they have something to offer, which they do, but it's also intimidating being the person to raise your hand saying, I want help.
I'll do it. I will be I'm going to go on later and I'm going to switch my status from being a mentor to needing one. And I want to pick the person with the smallest following to teach me everything I need to be doing. And it'll be awesome. I'm sure I will learn something.
Well, there's an official, every Facebook group has this ability. If you're not aware, there's a button you can click and turn on mentorship program. We don't actively use it. I'm not actively mentoring anybody now. I don't know how many people are using it. But when I started it, there's a guy named Mike who immediately wanted to be mentored. And we are friends. And I sold him knives the other day at cost because he's a friend and he wanted a cool custom. I taught him how to change scales. I taught him how to use Instagram. I helped him set his account up. I helped teach him how to make a post. Like, that is so cool. Like, I got someone to enjoy something.
Yeah.
And I've assisted and given tips to at least 10 people with smaller accounts to help them get over 1,000. Once you break 1,000, breaking 1,000 is hard.
Yeah.
Once you break 1,000, you can keep on going, but it's hard for a new account just to not just have Instagram give you followers or grant you permission to grow, but to not get so frustrated on why it's not working or what you're doing. Or, some people's accounts that I've helped are like, I post pictures of fish tanks, shotgun shells, Delicas, and my mom.
Sounds like you need 3, maybe 4 different accounts.
I'm like, how about you set up a knife account? Well, I can't. This is my account. I go, do you know you can have more than one Instagram account? Because I didn't for a long time. Segment those things. If you want to have a knife account, I don't want to see your mom. Yeah. Unless she's really hot. But I just focus on something because people don't want to follow just here's my stuff. People want to follow something that interests them. And it's been really fun, like sitting down with people. Like, a couple people have reached out to me and asked like for help. And if you ask me for help, I'll tell you, anyone watching this, if you ask me for help, I'll be happy to help you on Instagram. I'm not going to be kind. I'm going to be very direct about what needs to change. It's not factual. You can take it as my opinion, but I'll be very open about what I think. And some people are awesome. Like, to see how receptive people are to the criticisms and open to changing stuff it's beyond my level of self-awareness to like, I couldn't do that. And that's really neat. Like,
I think it means something too when it's coming from somebody who you already admire in the space and who you like what they're doing, but you don't know how to get there. And then they're shooting you straight. You typically associate that with honesty.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. There's a lot of gurus in the world who I don't believe are actually good at what they're coaching other people to be doing. Yeah. But sometimes if you meet somebody who's you have observed being really good in their field and they're willing to just help you and they're not like offering a seminar on it, then it's like that advice is really, really potent and helpful. And sometimes it can be cutting and it can get right to the core of what you thought you were doing right. And now you know you aren't. But I think that's cool that you're willing to take that approach too and not just like be flowery and nice about it.
It's like some part of like being able to step outside of yourself and look at it. Like, I am very self-aware of the way I post on Instagram. It's stupid. It's silly. I use emojis. That's me. That's what I do. That's what I like doing. It sticks. It's funny, whatever. But like, when I look at some accounts, it's like you have a picture of a sunset for your profile and you don't have a bio. Let's fix those two things and let's see what changes. And it does. And it's just, being aware of what's going on, or, being self-critical. And I have problems with that in life all the time, but it's healthy.
Right. Yeah. It's funny. I try to be very kind on social media most of the time. Kind is the wrong word. I'm not like overly like delicate, but I try to be pleasant and happy and funny and like be a nice person online. And it's funny because every now and then I've had it happen where like somebody has liked a ton of my pictures in a row, and then they've like commented on a few things, and then they follow me, and then like I'll click on their profile a lot of the time if I see it happen. And I try to be pretty selective about who I follow these days, just because I genuinely don't see a lot of my closest friends' stuff if I follow too many accounts.
Yeah.
And so that's a calculated thing, where I don't want to be missing the things I actually want to see just to be nice to people. Like,
Yeah.
just be nice. I think that's a fair thing to say. But I've had people message me after I didn't follow them back sometimes, like, hey, I'd really appreciate it if you'd follow me. And it's like, I clicked on your profile and you have one post and your bio sounds like nothing I would want to see. Your picture is like not something I'm interested in. It's like Instagram is here for me to look at the pictures I want to look at. And then maybe on the next level, it's to also support my friends. But usually the friends who I want to support on there are posting things I actually want to see too. It's like at a certain point, that's the reality of what the platform is for. And so I've had to, over time, like realize I'm following 500 accounts that I don't care what their pictures are. It's like, I can like it to be nice, or I could unfollow that account and see more content that I actually want to see and that inspires me and helps me to be better. And like, I don't want to say I'm the type of guy who's like, I need to constantly be cleansing how many people I'm following, and I should only follow 20 accounts total, or like I follow like 1,000 accounts. That's a lot.
Me too.
It's
a lot.
But like it's arguably a little too much to manage and see everything I want to see. Maybe I should thin it down a little bit, but like, I don't know. There's also, when you're following too many people, you're not going to see the things you actually want to see. And the accounts that follow 10,000 people and then follow me, it's like, you following me means nothing, like it's not meaningful at all. And I think learning how features work on social media and how to get what you want out of them is really part of the puzzle. And a lot of people, I mean, they don't know as much about how it can work and what to do with it. And they either overthink or underthink it. But I think it's cool that you spend so much time analyzing how the platform itself actually works and what features do for you and what's the platform itself pushing right now. And, like all that kind of stuff is the world I've had to dwell in for years now. There's flowers taped to this wall behind me today because what my wife does is social media influencing, and I'm the photographer. So today I went and bought $50 worth of flowers and I stuck half of them to the wall, and we got a post. And like, you have to be aware of how platforms work when you're doing things like this for it, but it's just its own thing.
Well, it's funny. It's like Facebook's way easier to manipulate. Instagram's hard. Like, Instagram's all theories to me. There's certain things I do, but it really is a crapshoot. Instagram's difficult. Facebook groups, like, I don't know if I have it figured out by any means, but when you're the admin of a group, you have access to a lot of stuff that you wouldn't believe Facebook has info on, but it's right there. And you watch the growth curves, and it's like sometimes our Facebook group will stop growing. Like randomly, you'll just be like, okay, yesterday we had 35 new members. Today we had 2.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? And what happens is the group is no longer being shown as a suggested group in other groups.
Mm-hmm.
So no one knows to click on it. No one knows to search it, whatever. You can get back on that by creating a ton of engagement in your group and blowing it up. So whenever we get slow, I'll put a post up I know is going to explode. And I'll ask Jason to put a post up I know is going to explode, whatever. And as soon as we do that, all of a sudden, like, this energy and this engagement, everything comes back to life and we start growing again. Mm-hmm. So, and it's also fun. It's also really, really fun. So when we were small, I was on paternity leave. We were probably 1,000 members at that point. I was bored and I'd be sitting at home all day on my phone and like, I want more stuff. I never thought I would catch up with everything on the internet, but I caught up with the knife internet. I'm all caught up.
Yeah.
So we do these. This is my idea, and it got a little out of hand. We do engagement contests where the person with Instagram or Facebook doesn't rank it quite the same as it used to, but it's, posts are worth whatever, however it works, and comments are worth another amount of points. Mm-hmm. And we do just straight up contributor contests. When people start commenting 1 letter per comment, that's too much.
Right.
But it's how the group got to where it is, because there was so much engagement. It was just a massive flood of likes and comments and growth and interest. And
the first couple months I was in the club, I was having a heyday with it because it was a place where there not only was a lot of engagement, but it was like consistently fun, interesting engagement happening, where if you put a post up, there would be a lot of comments, and it would be a variety of comments, not just like cool pic, bro. Like people having conversations and engaging back and forth and asking questions and like giving opinions and hilarious gifs. And it's like, it's a lot of fun. And that's the beauty of Facebook, I think, as well as a platform, is the way that things happen under the post. Because Instagram, even though now you can reply to a comment, you can't respond with GIFs, you can't respond with other pictures. Like that type of stuff just doesn't exist on Instagram, or like YouTube is its own thing. Like there's nowhere else like Facebook in the sense that conversations happen under like sub conversations, except maybe Reddit or something.
The weird thing is, it's like, obviously Facebook has way more capability to have those conversations because there's GIFs and pictures. Pictures are the biggest thing in Facebook comments. Pictures are huge. But it's not just that. It's like the social norms of the platform. Like Instagram comments are stupid, period. I comment on Instagram just like everyone else does. Fucking fire emoji, knife symbol, picture, sweet knife, bro. I would never post that on Facebook, but that's how people comment on Instagram. It's not fun. It's just whatever. It's appreciated. Like, thanks. Yeah. Thank you for appreciating what I have. But Facebook is like, you can have a serious conversation. Stuff can go out of control. You can post something funny. You can put a GIF up. You can put a picture. You can put a video showing an example of what you're talking about on how to fix something. Like there's so much more capability with that platform. So on Instagram,
all the conversation happens in the DMs. I think that, for me at least, like if people have something to say about something I posted, they DM me about it. A lot of times people comment, and I just like you, I appreciate that. I also comment on things that I enjoy, and that is what it is. But if it's a conversation that's going to happen, it's all in DMs, and that's where I'm in big group chats that are actually exciting and worth being a part of. And the DM feature of Instagram, I think, for me at this point, other than I post every day and I engage with other people's posts, like that's its own thing. But the conversation that happens in the DMs is really the real like gem of what I get out of the app.
The problem I also have with Instagram though is it's easy for me to just be like, I don't care about you because you are a random picture and a bunch of dumb letters to make some name up. Don't know you. Sometimes I'll be having very short, just like simplest reply I can. Like, I don't know who this guy is. He's just hitting me up and asking me all sorts of questions. I'll give him simple responses. I'm not having a full conversation with this avatar of a dog's head, whatever it is. Yeah. Then I find out it's someone I'm friends with on Facebook. I didn't even realize who I was talking to because their stupid Instagram name is so out there that it doesn't connect with who they are, and their profile doesn't say their name. It's
that has definitely happened to me. Yeah.
It's easy on Instagram to get very, I don't know. It's easier sometimes to talk to people if they're faceless, but it's also hard to connect with people if they don't have a face.
Yep.
And it's funny on Facebook because I don't often open up people's profiles and dig through what I'm talking about. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Having a good Facebook profile picture that you can identify by, and it's a good picture of you, and you're not like in a Halloween costume. You're like, this is how I want people to know me. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows you as that little avatar. Every time you post, that's all people know about you. Yep. So do a good one. I bet you can tell me exactly what Jason Beatty's avatar looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a picture of him, but you can tell me exactly what it looks like. And I can do that with a lot of people in the group. And sometimes me and Jason will have conversations like, dude, I had a video chat with X, Y, and Z. He is not like you think he is at all. Because you know that little profile picture? Yeah. He looks like he wears Affliction shirts, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
That was literally a conversation we had yesterday.
Yeah. And it's also, I do think a lot of the people, especially on Facebook, who are the least genuine and are the most troll-like don't have a good presentable picture of themselves, and there usually isn't even a picture of them on their profile. That's the anonymity does something to people.
I do get it. Some people like their privacy. Some people don't like the way they look. I get it, because I lost 40 pounds in the last 9 months. 9 months ago, if you would have asked me to come on here, I'd be like, no. Wait, I will if I can bring all my chins with me. Can they come? So I get it. Some people just don't like the way they look or photograph, and they're having a bad day, or they just don't want people to know they're into knives. I get it. It's just funny how I have whole relationships based on that. Just on a little picture, and that's the face I'm connecting with, and I'm thinking of in my head. There's one guy who I've sold at least 5 or 6 knives to in the last 2 weeks. Do you know what he looks like? 3 young children. That's what he looks like. He looks like 3 young children. That's his face. In my head is, oh yeah, those 3 cute kids. That guy. I don't know what he looks like.
Maybe if you met up with him in person, they'd be stacked on top of each other with a trench coat, pretending to be one adult. Oh yeah. Man. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. I feel like a lot of the people that I find it easiest to click with quickly, especially now that I do YouTube, are the other people on YouTube. Because when you see someone in video a lot, it gets real easy to get a better read of who they are.
Yeah.
And yeah, like my Instagram profile is my Bearded Gear logo because I'm trying to like brand it, right?
Yeah, you got it.
But in my bio, there's a link to 600 videos of me. So it's not that hard to find out what I look like.
Yeah.
And I do sometimes find it's weird when people start talking to me like they know me already, and I don't even follow them. You know, like I had to approve their message request, and it's like, no idea who you are, but they're like, they seem to have this rapport with me that I don't have with them. And it's like, I have to remind myself they've probably watched hours and hours and hours of me talking to them first person. Like that's a wild thing that, granted, I'm not a big deal. I'm not a celebrity or anything, but it's weird when people feel like they know you and you don't know them.
Just think about this. This is the way most people are. Most people in a Facebook, there's 10,000 members of our group. 9,000 of them never comment on anything.
Mm-hmm.
7,000 have never commented at all or done anything. That's fine. But that doesn't mean they're not watching every single thing that happens in that group.
Yeah, I do a giveaway video, and if one of my normal videos has 20 or 30 comments, my giveaway video will have 500 comments in the first day. And it's like, those people were subscribed to see that video.
They just weren't engaged to a point where they want to reach out.
I never did when I wasn't making content. If I was watching YouTube, which I did constantly, the likelihood of me commenting on any video that I watched was slim to none. Very, very low. So I get it. You know, it's not all about commenting. You can just enjoy looking at or listening to or watching.
I've never commented on a YouTube video before, nor do I plan to. YouTube, I go to watch videos that are informative. Yeah, that's about it. I don't know. But because of YouTube, I knew what you look like. I knew who you were when you joined the group. I knew you. I mean, I never thought I would do video casts in a group. Like Jason asked me to do a live video cast or do a podcast almost 2 years ago. He asked me to do a podcast. And I said, dude, there's no way we can talk about knives for more than 20 minutes. So I was wrong.
You were partially right. We've probably only talked to knives for 20 minutes tonight.
True. True. But now that I've done the video cast, I was so hesitant to do it because I was like, I'll be uncomfortable, embarrassed. Now, I mean, we do it once or twice a week now. I forget that we're doing it, and I'm just talking to Jason just like I'm talking to you now. Same program that we're using even. And it's just weird knowing that, because you can see the view count. It's like that many people saw me talk. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. What did I say? Embarrassing? Probably something. Let's just forget about that and just move on and do it again and do it again, to where you're not dwelling on every single thing you do.
You can.
You just become a content creator. And that's, I don't know if it's not a dirty word, but it's a thing. I'm a content creator. I create a lot of content. I do videos, I post stuff, I do drops, I take photos, I do a lot of stuff. And that's fun. It's not for everybody though.
Right.
Not everyone needs to be a content creator. Some people just want to be a fly on the wall and have a good time. So
yeah. And there's a certain level of like vulnerability, I think, that comes from doing it in a video platform. And most people have a certain hesitancy toward doing something on video. It's one thing to post a picture. It's another thing to post a picture of yourself. And then it's a whole nother level for people to be hearing your voice while seeing your mannerisms and all of that. I get it. I mean, the first videos that I uploaded on YouTube, it was weird for me, and it wasn't like I had never been in a video before. So it's in this day and age, to have never been videoed would be a weird thing, but it's different to take the plunge and like, I'm doing this on purpose. I'm putting this out there on purpose, and I want you to watch it. Like it's a totally different thing. But after you do it,
COVID's actually helped with this because it's got people on video on their computer, like using the technology.
Yeah. Having to hear their own voice different than on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, being a content creator and being a recognizable face is weird because this is just a dumb little hobby. But I mean, I went to Blade Show. It's been almost 2 years. The group was tiny. I had like 4,000 Instagram followers. People knew who I was. It was really weird. And it's because they'd seen my face on my profile picture, and that's about it. So putting yourself out there might seem scary, might seem hard, but it's really not. It's really not that bad. I like doing videos now. I like just having conversations. I cried on my video cast last night. I cried on a video cast 4 weeks ago. I don't care. You can see me, whatever. Oh, you cried. Yeah, I did. I wiped my tears off during the show. It's not a big deal. Being vulnerable, being open, just putting yourself out there. It's out of some people's comfort zone. I get it, but it's been very healing and beneficial to me. And it really can be a big confidence boost. Like getting comfortable. We've been talking for 2 hours and we're just talking, having a conversation. A lot of people can't maintain momentum to do that, especially on video, because they're going to be so distracted on someone's judging me and watching me and whatever. So it's healthy, I think.
It's funny. I was recently, I went on a hike with Nick Rogers, who I mentioned earlier. He's Niche Designs, if you're not familiar with who he was or who he is. Say was. He's not dead. He is alive and well. Nick is a great guy and a friend. And it's funny, I was talking to him on the hike about something I'd just kind of been thinking about. And it's funny, like the term or the saying, like discovering yourself or finding yourself, sounds very like weird and kind of like new age, or like, I don't know what you want to call it. But to me, it sounds pretty cringy to be like, oh, I'm finding myself. Like, get a job, hippie, like
I would say that means you're unemployed. Yeah. I get
it. But it's funny because when I think about like breaking that down and actually thinking about what it really is and taking away the like weird stigma that I myself have when I hear other people say it, there's been like, for me, and it sounds like for you in a lot of ways, part of it being COVID and starting to do this whole thing. And just like the last year, 2 years of my life, a lot of like events have taken place where I've kind of had to like find myself, if you will. And that sounds weird. And I don't dwell in like emotional spaces that much personally, just my personality type. But to be real about it, like the idea of being on video and talking through your own thoughts, you actually do learn a lot about yourself, because I'm pretty introverted as a person. I can be extroverted selectively. I spent a long time in sales, so I had to learn to be kind of extroverted. And as a kid, I actually was pretty extroverted, but as an adult, I've become more and more introverted, and I value my own personal time where I don't have to be talking to anybody. Yeah. But I find that it's therapeutic to have a reason to really be verbalizing things and explaining the way your own head works. And without this reason to do that, I feel like I'd have actually less of a grip on the way I even think about things, because it's challenging enough to understand something, but it's a whole new level of challenging to then try to explain it to others and try to explain it in a way that they can understand.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, it's really helpful, I think, to have outlets like this where you can become vulnerable and talk about who you actually are, and just put out there and let it be what it's going to be. It's given me a lot of confidence in like who I am as a person, and like the confidence that I do know the things that I think I know, and that I can accept when I don't know something and be confident about saying that I don't, and like finding those boundaries of the way my brain even works. It's really cool how it kind of opens that all up.
It really does. And I don't know if you rewatched these, but I've rewatched every single FFIB I've done, and they're sometimes 3 hours long. But I've rewatched every one of them. So last night we had a very serious episode. I've rewatched the 20 minutes where I'm very serious 4 times, and not because I just want to like watch myself on video, but because I'm like learning from myself. When you talk and I go to therapy every week, and you learn to just talk, and you don't necessarily have to have a path. You don't necessarily know where it's going to end. That's why a lot of my conversations, I have to get reminded of what we were talking about. But along that path, you discover a lot of things, and re-listening to what you said can be really enlightening. You're like, did I mean that? Is that really what I'm thinking? And I just didn't, like, subconsciously didn't click until I said it and then heard myself tell myself. And that's what I really like about watching the videos again, is like, I learn from my mistakes. I learn things that I think are funny. I learn faces that I make that look horrible. I learn all sorts of things. Like, but listening to yourself talk can be really good.
Yeah. And it's difficult at first. It's scary and frustrating. Yeah.
Then you have to have like one good video where you're like proud of it to a point where you're like, I did good. And then you can do this. Then you're okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's also a value in putting up something that isn't super polished. And maybe that sounds like a cop-out because I don't like spending a lot of time editing or doing anything like that, which is definitely part of why my process is the way it is. But I think there's also the things that I enjoy listening to or watching the most are the things that seem the least doctored and are the most just open and honest and unedited. I think the best things come out of that. And sure, there's inherently more fluff between those gems a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, I hope that it resonates with other people, because it does for me. And there are episodes of my own show that I've re-listened to because I've wanted to make sure I actually really took in what the other person was saying, or that I didn't miss something because I was the one who was here, which is another whole thing that can happen. Like, I try very diligently to listen and not just plan on what I'm going to say next. But sometimes, like, you catch yourself doing that. It's like
hard. It's really hard. If you get like a gem in your head, like, I have to say this, you might as well be on mute because I'm not listening to you. I'm just like, don't forget this. Don't forget this. Don't forget this.
Wait till he pauses. Now. Yeah. Man. So we are within the cusp of when we planned on potentially finishing.
Whatever. Keep on going.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. So you've done an FFIB, which, for those who are listening who aren't familiar or aren't in the Millie Club, FFIB is a term that came up. I think it was Balake V in the Millie Club.
Stephen Rockefeller's post. So there's the term new in box, which I'm sure most of you heard. There's like new in box, which is the most overly abused term ever. It's like new, except for it's been sharpened and it's got scratches, but it's like new.
It's all relative.
It's all relative. But let's say I got this knife and it's pretty cool. Like, I thought I was going to keep it. So I'm just sitting around flicking it all the time. But then I realized I'm going to sell it. It's not new. It's been finger flicked, but it's still in the box. It's FFIB.
Finger flicked in box. So that is a term, a designation that is now used in the Millie Club and is, I think, a very accurate way to describe a knife for a lot of people in there. But it's also become the term for your live show.
Yeah.
So you had Eric Glasser on there. You've had a number of really great guests. In fact, you had
Shabazz on.
Shabazz. Brian Brown came on before I had Brian Brown on my show. You've done Vero more than once now.
More than once.
I've been on there. It's a whole celebrity.
That was
central.
the best episode.
But you had Eric Glasser on there. You've also talked to him independent of that a handful of times, from what I gather. What would you say is your take on that guy? Because I think a lot of knife brands are like, when I think Benchmade, there isn't really a figure like Eric Glasser in that brand. And when I think ZT, there isn't someone like that. When you think of the micro brands like Vero or Brian Brown, like, you know who the guy is, right? But with the bigger brands, and Spyderco is a very large brand, I think they're a little bit unique for their size in the fact that you know who Sal is, you know who Eric is, and you know kind of what their role is.
You know why it's different? This is why it's different. They are owners of a knife company that are designers of knives. They're not just owners of knife companies that have R.J. Martin design knives like ZT or Osborne design knives for Benchmade. So Les DeAces owned Benchmade. He passed away last year. His son, John DeAces, owns him. I've met him. He's like 40 years old. He's a knife guy, I'm sure, but he's not a knife designer. He's not a face. And Eric has been my hero in this community. Like, if you own a Spyderco on the back of your knives, there'll be 2 symbols on a PM2. Go on, focus. So this one right here is Sal Glasser's maker mark. This one here is Eric Glasser's maker mark. It means they designed this knife. To me, that takes it to a, not just like, oh, it's like 10%. That's another level. Designing a knife, you know, is not easy because what is it? Well, took all of humanity until 2010 to create this. It's a simple machine, but someone had to design it. I didn't design it, but the guy and his dad who owned this company did, and that's, you know, my favorite object, the person that created it and the person that runs the company, and is really cool. My take on Eric, though, is if you just met him, he's just it's very cliche. He's a totally chill dude, man. He's so chill. He really is like a super. He doesn't seem like the CEO of a large company. He's got long hair now, which is really cool. When we interviewed him, he's just sitting there like this. And his camera was like way up here, and he's just chilling. Like, yeah, it's cool. He's just a pleasant guy. But the cool thing when we've talked to him offline about some of the stuff that we don't talk about live is not only is he like a knife guy, he's a knife guy. He's not just like, oh, cool, we're working with S45VN now. Okay, well, let me know how that works out. No, he was part of that process. He was part of choosing that they're going to work with it and testing it and getting involved in it. He is a knife guy. He said he touches every single exclusive that goes out of the factory.
That's epic.
They don't just make a red M390 and a blue M390 and he goes, yeah, it's probably fine. No, he gets his hands on every single knife that they produce, which is so cool to me.
Yeah,
so I think I thought of him as like, he's like my knife hero. Like,
yeah,
he's a good guy. The first time I met him was 2 years ago. 2 years ago this spring. And I had a half-hour conversation with him while I bought 13 factory seconds right out of his hand. And I showed him some of my photography. I just happened 2 days before to take a photo, which it's just another photo of mine, but has become my most famous photo I've ever taken.
All of the PM2s?
Yeah. I showed Eric Glasser that photo. He took my phone, walked around a knife show going, look at this. And that was just like, oh my God, this is crazy. And then he's like, come back behind the table and hang out with me. I'm like,
Okay.
what's going on? And then he's looking around and he goes, reaches into his pocket. He's like, come here. How's it going? And he handed me a Para3 lightweight, which hadn't come out yet. And I was like, well, am I supposed to take this? What's going on? It just came out of his pocket. And like, when I say like being part of someone's knife story can like last with them forever, that was life-changing. Like having that conversation with Eric Lesser, having him give me a knife out of his own pocket, not just like a knife out of a box, not just a new knife, but a knife that he'd been using that was dirty and had bad action, to be honest, and had tape all over it. And he'd grab it off the line.
Some of his sandwich in the pivot.
Yeah. It's like, that is my knife story. That is what that moment at the Oregon Knife Collectors Association Knife Show 2019 in Eugene, Oregon, changed the course of this entire hobby for me. Because I knew that there was an attainable, like, okay, when I met Eric, I told him, I showed him my photography. I asked him questions. He told me things he's probably not supposed to say about things that are coming out. But he's just, yeah, it's just knives. I want to talk knives. I want to talk knives. But that changed my life, because now I got so into it, knowing that getting to a relational level with the owner of my favorite company is possible, is really cool. When I met him, I ended our conversation with saying, not now, but one day I'm going to come to you for my own exclusive. That was 2 years ago. That's happening. So interviewing him is one thing, but I mean, I'm going to have a knife with like the Millie name on it. We're going to have a group knife. We've talked about it enough. People to watch this. There's going to be a group exclusive or a couple of them coming. And that is, where else is there to go? I don't know. It's just, it's just all good. It's all good stuff in this hobby right now.
I think it's really cool too. So I would encourage, if you aren't in the Millie Club or are and somehow didn't see that interview, you guys put that on Instagram or on YouTube as well, right?
It's on YouTube.
So if you're watching this on my YouTube, the Millie Club YouTube, I'll link in the description of this video. But it's every time that there's like a new catalog release, Eric Lesser tends to be interviewed by Knife Center, Blade HQ, and all these guys, and it seems like a really nice guy every time I've seen him in those videos. And it's funny. I feel like I've heard some people, I probably shouldn't even repeat it because it sounds kind of mean, but like say he kind of looks homeless, which is funny because like he looks like you said, a very chill dude, just lives in Colorado and is into knives. And like you would not guess that he is an executive of a big company like Spyderco. Not that Spyderco is a Fortune 500 company or anything, but like they're a big knife company. And what was interesting about your guys' interview with him to me was there was certainly a lot of talk about upcoming models and stuff, but it was also just like very conversational with him as a person. I feel like most of those retailers interviewing him about the catalog of knives, it's like, how you doing? It's like, all right, now walk us through these 12 knives that are coming out soon. And then that's the video. And so it was cool to kind of get a glimpse a little bit behind the curtain of who he is. And I think it's to me, it's meaningful. Like the more time I spend in the hobby, the more I appreciate buying from companies or makers where even if I don't actually have like a direct relationship with them, where I just like them and I know that they're cool. Like after talking with Brian Brown and now messaging with him every now and then, I really like that guy. And I want
awesome, dude.
It helps that his knives are fantastic, but also because of who he is, I want his knives. Joseph Vero is another one of those where like, I love those knives. Yeah. Brian Nadeau, you get to know him because of the podcast he's on, and then it's easier to like his knives.
These knives are very similar. They're both made by Riot. They're very similar quality wise. They're both very cool. I like Brian Brown. I'm friends with Brian Brown. I like this knife better. Period. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not like that's the only reason why I ever buy any knives, but like the reason why I have this Boker impetus is modified to be more like a danger pickle is because when I started calling the Bombshell the danger pickle that birch tree blades caught on, and Michael Birch was posting about it, calling it the danger pickle. And then he made me a bottle opener that said danger pickle gang. And like, now I really like birch tree blades, and I have the sea cant as well. And there will be more birch tree blades in my collection, and even TRM knives. If you get to know the people at TRM, like I talk to Marianne every now and then. I was lucky enough to get a shadow when they very first came out so I could review it. It's like, those people are people I want to support. And so it's cool to me where, like I said, like ZT and Benchmade, who I would consider the competitors to Spyderco in the space that they operate in with their US made knives. That's like, I think those three are kind of the competition for one another. ZT and Benchmade, you just don't know who the people are really. Like you could say their names. I didn't even know that.
Only because I've met them in person. That's it.
And because you live up there, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, like at Spyderco, I just feel like it's cooler that I know who he is, and that he seems like a really approachable, down to earth guy who's like, every time I see him in an interview, which a long form one like you guys did, it was over an hour, right? It's pretty hard to.
We did it right at an hour because when we set up with his assistant, he was like, "So you guys want like a half hour?" I'm like, a little bit longer. But we were figuring like, I mean, me and Jason could talk to him for 12, but we're like,
oh yeah,
if we cut him loose after an hour, there's a chance he might actually come back. So let's let him go.
There you go. Yeah. But yeah, like when you talk to somebody for that long, it's part of why I like to make my podcast go as long as it's just going to go. Yeah. There's nowhere to hide. Like you can't pretend to be someone. It would be very difficult for a whole hour of being asked questions that you didn't know were going to be asked of you. Like it's pretty difficult to pretend who you are. And I like that when there's long form examples of who a person is and you can listen to them and get a glimpse of how their brain works. It makes it a lot more fun to support them in their effort. And it's like, Spyderco is a company that I feel better supporting when it's like, oh, that's the guy, you know?
Yes. It's kind of like, I won't say it. I don't own any Cold Steels.
Sure.
But I do bet Lynn Thompson has more fun with knives than anybody I know by far.
You know what's funny? When I was a kid, I used to go to the Cold Steel parking lot sale because it was in Ventura, California, which was like a half hour from where I grew up.
Yeah.
And we had all the Cold Steel proof VHSs and then DVDs, and like watching them cut an entire pig carcass in half with the Chinese war sword. Like I wanted nothing more than that sword after, you know? But it was funny because I got to meet him a couple of times at their parking lot sale. A really nice guy, especially I think because I was a kid there. My dad was like, "Oh, he loves your knives." Lynn was like, "Oh, what'd you get?" You know, like it's this whole thing. But I remember specifically having a conversation with my dad one time where he was like, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" And I was like, "I want to own Cold Steel knives." Like that was like what I wanted to do. Cold Steel knives just sold. I missed it, but
well, first place on the astronaut, second place a ninja. If I can't be a ninja, I want to own Cold Steel.
Dude, but like you think about what Lynn Thompson's day was like, and my sister ended up dating a guy who worked there in like accounting, and he couldn't stand Lynn because like the staff would be there just like grinding, and Lynn would come in and just like throw spears at targets for a couple hours and dip. And it's like, that guy won. That guy is a winner. You might not agree with his lifestyle.
He is living the dream. It's not my dream, but he is living a dream.
It was 9-year-old me's dream for sure.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I remember he learned how to like hunt with a pistol. He went bear hunting.
Yeah, with the big bore pistol.
Yes. I kind of got sucked into this a little bit. I was not in a good headspace at the time. Don't normally comment on Instagram. I had some comments. But like the whole post was about how like he learned how to like hunt with a pistol, and he went and legally hunted a bear and killed a bear with a pistol. It is what it is. If you like hunting, not whatever. He did it. There was over 1,000 comments on that post. At least 800 of them were deleted the next morning.
Yeah.
I don't think that he cared. I don't think he cared.
No, he doesn't. There's
No.
That guy does not have a care in the world.
No.
And what a way to live.
Yeah.
You know, whether you agree with that guy or not, that guy has figured it out.
God,
And
some of those videos, cutting the pig in half. My
with
favorite
the giant
video
belly.
he
Oh,
has is it's actually a GIF on Facebook you can load. Is because I've used it a few times. He throws a spear at a water cooler and it bounces back and almost gets him. Awesome.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember just wanting so bad after watching those videos to go to like an abandoned car lot, like a just junkyard for cars, and just like shoving Tantos through car doors. And it's like I used to actually I was like, wow, I need to have that because it can do that. It's like, when am I going to shove a knife through a car door into the interior of the vehicle? Like, that's not a thing, you know? I mean, it's very entertaining. And that was in the 90s that they're making all that footage. And like, yeah, I mean, it sold a lot of knives for sure. When they had the triad lock to begin with, and they were like having a really heavy dude put it in like to a slot and do pull-ups off of it. And it's like, that's a really strong lock. You can't, that's not being fake. That's legit. You know,
I know. It's just so funny. I love it how, because I'm a big fan of the native people. I hate when people ask, why didn't that sell? And I'm like, because back lock. And I'm like, yeah. Cold Steel advertises with the back lock. Spyderco has to like, it's okay, you'll like it, it's a good knife. No, Cold Steel is like, hit it with a sledgehammer, stick it through brick wall, back lock, triad lock.
And their fanboys will never shut up about it.
They won't.
Yeah. Anytime lock strength gets brought up on YouTube, there will be a triad lock comment. And yeah, I find that interesting. Although now the shark lock, I don't know.
Ooh, that's a fun lock.
I'd like to see some conclusive testing. I loaned you this knife, right?
Oh, I play with it when you're up here.
Oh, that's right.
Wait, no, you did send it to me. Yeah, you sent it to me. Yeah, I had that one. That's funny. I haven't tested this one, but some of these people have been testing the lock on a Holt.
On a haptic? The liner lock? Good for them.
They've been failing on some of them when they smack it against the table or whatever. Oh, it closed. Like, hey, don't do that with a $1,000 knife because you're not. Just don't do a $1,000 knife. Flick it, open a box, put it away, collect it, have fun with it. Yeah. The lock strength thing is hilarious to me.
Yeah, I think there's a time and a place for it. Sure. Like if a lock is having issues staying open, what's a good example? So a few years ago, the ZT, that was a whole thing. I don't know if you followed that at the time, but there was a video that went live, and this guy, across his whole like collection of a bunch of ZT models, he was opening them, and then he would whack the spine relatively lightly against like a roll of tape, and the lock would fail. And that was an illustration. It's not happening now, but of how the lock would fail, right, on these frame lock knives. Yeah. And it's funny because at the time, I just talked in my episode with Slicey Dicey about this. I remember being in my office. I worked at an automotive aftermarket part thing. I was in the sales office. I had it to myself. And I remember when I was watching that video, I had my 0562 in my pocket. It was one of the ones I think that failed in the video. And against my hardwood desk, I was like, all right. And I made sure my fingers weren't in the path of the blade. And then I just like whacked it against the table. Nothing happened. Whacked it against the armrest of my chair. Nothing happened. And then like out in the race shop, I was like, all right, let's find some more surfaces, like cardboard, different wood. And like it didn't fail for me. And then I had a 620 and a 350. I had a couple of models. None of them would do it. And I was like, that's weird. And Slicey was saying that he tried it, and I think only one of his would, but then he tried it specifically on a roll of tape, and it happened on several of them. So I don't know if it's something about like a thick roll of packaging tape, but I don't know. My point is,
I gotta try it now.
It's like with this knife or any frame lock, if I'm holding it and grasping it while using it, and I'm cutting the only way the blade is oriented, that shouldn't ever be a thing where I'm whacking the spine during use, unless I'm batoning, in which case the blade would be either set up on or already submerged into some wood, and I'd be batoning it through. And even then, you could just then argue like a folder isn't supposed to, that lock geometry isn't designed for batoning. It's designed for holding it open while it's in your hand. I don't know. I think if the lockup is so early or the lock is so bad that I can close it like a slip joint, then yes, that is a bad lock. That is a flaw. But if spine whacking it causes it to fail, I just don't subscribe to the idea that that's like totally unacceptable.
To be fair, though, like if whacking on the spine is what causes it to fail, but otherwise you've owned it for 3 years and it's never failed, don't worry about it. Don't even test it, because then it's going to be in your head. Just like, is it fine? Yeah. So don't go try to find, like you're looking for the problem. And then you're just going to make it worse. If you make it fail, I'm sure it doesn't get better.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. I got this today. I'm not going to whack it on anything.
Is that the Synapse Gen 2?
Gen 2 for sure. And it's much better.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's better about it? Now I'm curious.
It feels way nicer. It flicks way nicer. It's way smoother. It's a better knife. It's when I got my Synapse XL, like I've liked Vero I've been promoting Vero and excited about his design since January 2020. Mm-hmm. And when I got my Synapse XL, it was like, oh crap. This is way better than my Synapse and my Impulse, like a lot better. So I sold my Synapse Gen 1 because I knew this was coming. And it's like, well, I'll probably get a Gen 2 and maybe it will go away too. This is a really good knife. The Gen 2 is better.
See, I skipped on the Gen 2 because my first experience with Vero was Jason's Loaners. I had the Impulse. I think it was a second run Impulse. Yeah. And a Gen 1 Synapse. And I found I preferred the Impulse to the Synapse, just the size and the way that it felt ultimately. And the action felt a lot better on that knife. And then I got the Axon. I had an Impulse Mini that I just sold to my buddy Kevin. But I liked everything that I'd experienced Vero-wise so far better than I remembered of the Synapse. So I was like, yeah, I don't need another Synapse. Or I don't need the Gen 2 if I've already experienced the Gen 1. But that makes me more interested to hear that it's improved.
I mean, it feels a lot more like the Synapse XL. I don't know. For some reason, I had a Synapse that came to me. I think Joseph accidentally sent me the wrong one because it had the wrong blade finish. It also had the worst lock stick of any knife I had ever handled.
Ooh.
So I was like, Joseph, can I get a new one? And he sent me one, and I was like, okay, this is a lot better. But it took breaking in. It took getting. Wasn't great at first. It was a lot better, but it wasn't great. This one is great out of the box. So Axon's your favorite, right?
Yeah, the Impulse Mini was not far behind, but just for me, like I honestly prefer liner locks to frame locks. If like gun to my head, if I had to pick one or the other, if all my knives had to be one or the other, I love frame locks. Don't get me wrong, but the not having to worry at all about finger placement, the middle finger flicking I have found on the Axon, just for me, it's the best one for it. And I'm not huge on flippers in general, and the fact that this one can be front flipped, I dig. So I don't know. This one, plus it's so much more lightweight, and it pockets about the same profile. They're like the same size, and I love Warnies. Like it's just like each aspect of it for me is just like one notch ahead of the Impulse Mini, and so it was like if I have both, which one am I going to put in my pocket? It's going to be this one, especially because the upgraded clip that he's coming out with is for this one, not for the Impulse Mini. So I don't know if you caught him talking about that. So now there's on the Isotope, which I have one of those pre-ordered and I'm really excited about. Kind of like on the Fulcrums, the clip, instead of just coming up to a point here, is going to come up and then have a little bit of a plateau where it flattens out.
Shut up.
Which will make it a little bit less hot spotty. It'll still be tight to the body, which is my 50% of my gripe with the clip. But if it's not as pokey in my hand, that'll feel better.
That's good, because I've asked about that for the last year.
Yeah.
Because I'll be very blunt. That is the worst thing about Veros. Like, they're cool, they're designed well. The clips are the worst feeling clips ever in your hand. Until you
and I don't like them in pocket. That's every review I've done, from the Impulse, the Synapse, the Impulse Mini, and the Axon. The only negative consistently across all of them has been the pocket clip. And so the Isotope will have it, and he said he's making some of those clips for the Axon, which you'll be able to purchase and throw on the knife. So I will be getting one of those clips, and then that'll solidify it for me even more that this is my favorite Vero.
I mean, it is usable with the clip, but it's just like one of those things. Like, this knife could be top 5 for me, but this little pokey part right here it doesn't ruin it by any means. This is a fabulous knife, but it's very distracting.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep buying them. I always say that. Like, it does not ruin the knives for me in any way that makes me disinterested in them as a whole. But to me, it's the weak point.
To know that's great, though. To know that he's taking that criticism and CQIing his own stuff is great. Joseph is a very respectable person. He's designed, like, the amount of design and thought, not just like visual appeal, but like functional geometry, the way things work on his knives is really impressive.
Yeah. Especially because it's pretty different. Like, not all of his decisions that he's made engineering wise on his designs have been like the agreed upon like way to do it. But they're well thought out. They're outside of the box without being weird either. Like, sometimes I feel like people set out to design a knife and maybe they worry so much about it potentially looking like anything else that's out there, or they just really want to be super unique or whatever it is. And then you end up with something that's like too weird, and that can be a slippery slope, right? Because in reality, that can be the only way at this point to design a knife that doesn't have hints of anything else in it. Because everything that's like reasonable has been done in some way.
Yeah.
If you cherry pick. So like the knife that I'm coming out with, I love hearing when people see the outline or I show them a prototype, when they talk about what they think it looks like, because there's a few common answers. And then there's some flyers that I'll get where like a lot of people say, ooh, that looks kind of like an Arius with a PM2, maybe a little Strider. Yeah. But then other people have said like totally different things that I've never even thought about. And usually it's other knives that I like. So it's like, that makes sense. But it doesn't actually look like any one of those knives on their own. And it like no direct features really like plagiarized from any of those. It's like, I designed a knife that I wanted with my buddy. We collaborated on it, and I'll have him on the podcast soon. We'll go much more in depth. I feel bad for continuing to like prod people with information, but not actually giving any. But yeah, knife design is a slippery thing. And so I think Joseph has done a good job of creating a product line that is similar. His knives all feel like they're his, and they're all different from pretty much anything else that's out there. And they have unique features without being odd. Like, their uniqueness makes them interesting and not like, what the heck are you doing, man?
And I like that. And this is a dirty thing in the world, but it's true. They're very limited and they're worth a lot of money, which sounds like, well, then this horrible capitalistic. No, it's great because it's like, it doesn't cost more money to own a Vero, even though a Vero costs more money, if you're not going to keep it, because you can sell it for a profit. Like, and I know you talked about that on one of your podcasts or one of your videos you did. I watched a long time ago. Mm-hmm. Like, limited stuff gets this bad reputation of like being exclusionary and not being for everybody, but it's like, it is for everybody. It's almost like everyone's renting something and just passing it on. If this was an S30V PM2, I'd have to like, I'll cut $30 off what I paid for it and you'll have it. And you're like, okay. But if this is this will never be worth less than $224 as long as I don't destroy it. And that makes it easy when you know you can just move it on to the next person.
Yeah.
Without
I think it's
taking
one of those things too where like people get specifically wound up about it in the world of knives. And I think that's maybe because knives attract a certain type of buyer who maybe doesn't collect other things, or like, I don't know, not, it's an overgeneralization, but like if you look at the world of Porsche cars, if you want a 964 911 air cooled in great condition, that's low mileage and has been taken care of, garage parked, new in box or like new in box, as much as it can be for a car that's now as many years old as a 964 would be, you will pay a premium to get that vehicle. It will be more than that vehicle cost new. And cars have their own kind of cycle, right? Where like at first those were pretty low, but they've climbed back up and now they're collectible. And if you're the owner of that car who has kept it in that condition for that period of time, whether you bought it to do that or not is irrelevant. People will think it's awesome that you have that. And then if you offer it for sale, people will expect to pay more. And no one is going to be like, how dare you charge more than the original sticker price? And even for brand new, like this only happens with a certain class of cars, and it's a very small percentage. But if you're looking at
Corvettes,
or even go crazier than that, say you happen to get a Koenigsegg, which very, very, very few people get, right?
Here's my Koenig. We'll stop at that.
Yeah. If you get a Koenigsegg, if you pay $1.5 million for that vehicle, and Koenigsegg only makes 20 of them in a year, that car will sell for $3 million tomorrow. And that buyer will be happy to pay it. And that's just like the way that it works, because it's supply and demand. It's whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah. But it's a game that people don't have issues with in other arenas. Maybe they do in the world of shoes, like getting Jordans and stuff, but I don't feel like people get mad at people who
I don't think people do
buy and flip Jordans.
I think part of it is the functionality of what it is compared to a pair of shoes. Like a pair of Jordans, people aren't even going to wear them. People buy Jordans that don't fit them because
they shrink wrap them. Yeah.
They just put them away. But when we're all trying to pretend on some level in this hobby that we're like a man's man. I got a tool. I go cut stuff down. I'm going to use my knife. But no one likes to just say like, I don't like to cut stuff because it might get scratched. I just want to collect it. And I just want to go up and no, it's like, I think it's the practicality, the functionality of the thing not getting used that bugs some people.
Yeah, but my response to that is always like, but there are, if you want a really good PM2 and you don't want to deal with the craziness, you can have one. You can have S30V, you can have Maximet, you can have S110V. There's also quite a few Sprints and exclusives that sell like new in box for within $10 of what they did new, because there have been a ton of them. You can go on Bento Box right now. You can get one in K390, which is one of the absolute best steals the PM2 has ever been offered in. And like, it's $200 or whatever. And that's just the price for it. And it's not, that's just the way it goes. So like the people who get mad about missing out and I'm not even going to play the game anymore. It's like, cool. You don't have to. And you can have a good knife that will work as well as any other version that you're hunting after that's exclusive. Like, don't pretend that it's not about the exclusivity that makes it cool. Because there are plenty of good cutting tools that you can get that will serve you just as well as any exclusive or Sprint run. And does it have to be Rex 45? Like, get K390 and calm down.
Yeah. Like, this is, I don't know, this is top 3 knives of mine. Alutex, Arma Scales, and a K390 blade. And it's cool because it's a good steel, but it doesn't have the same cool factor as my 10V, because my 10V is from Rec and it was only 600 of them made in that satin finish. And so there is something about like, this is a great steel, but for some reason my 10V's a little cooler on some level.
See, to me, the 10V is one of my favorite ones. And to me, it's because the performance of this steel that makes me like it so much extra. And if I had missed this drop, which was a reality, I very much could have, then I'd have a K390 one, and it would be the user that this one is, and and a story. Like it's just what it's going to be. And if they ever come out with more in 10V, I'll try again.
Well, actually, part of it too, we already touched on it, is like a reason I like my Scorpion, besides the fact that it's called the Scorpion because of partially me, which is really cool, is I'm friends with Brian and Mike Kent, and this is their knife, and they introduced this steel to the market. That's why this steel is cooler than this steel, even though they're really similar. This has a story, this has a history, this has a relationship tied to it.
Right.
Which is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I have a shark from Alex Steingraber.
Yeah.
And I got one of 2 that are in Vanex because I know Alex. And now he's making a lot more in Vanex, so I will not be the only person.
Okay.
But it makes it cooler to me that because I had talked to him a bunch and like became friends with him and all that and really like him as a person, that he was willing to let me get dibs on the one that he had available made in Vanex. And I got to pick my own Tarot Tough color. And it was like, this is my knife, you know?
That's really cool.
Same thing with the River's Edge cutlery knives. Mike and Brian are great. And they're super supportive of my channel. Like they've done a lot for me. And I hope that I've done some for them as well by talking about them all the time. And they're easy to promote because I like those guys. And as a customer, they always treated me really well, not just as a YouTuber. I'm still a customer. I still buy a lot from them. But like those guys and Cutlery Shop with Jeff, who's now become a friend, like absolutely that new Shaman that just got announced. I will own that one. And if Rec comes out with a Shaman, I'll own that one too. Do I need another Shaman? No, I have one in Rex 45 that's been in like 3 different sets of scales at this point. And like, is a great Shaman and could last me a lifetime with that steel. But I will have more, not because I need to have multiples of the Shaman, but because I care about those people who are putting them out.
Yeah. Well, it's like if Knife Works, they're a great shop. They're just not involved in our community. If Knife Works put out the same Shaman, you probably wouldn't buy it, right?
I wouldn't.
Yeah. It doesn't have that relationship attached to it. And that's, I don't know, that's a very intangible thing that you don't really get to experience until you're really into the community and start making these important friendships. Is, I don't know, there's a lot of emotion tied into these dumb little pieces of steel and plastic.
Yeah.
And a lot of stories and a lot of like, I don't know. It's just very relational.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the more time you spend in it, the more it becomes that. I've said that a number of times recently, but like when I first got into the hobby, and imagine it was the same for you, even beyond just buying your Amazon crappy knives that you were buying, even once you started buying like real knives and participating and having an Instagram and stuff, like it was all about the knives at first. I'd be willing to bet. For me, it was. And then over time, you start to make friends, and it's like buddies also in the community, also doing the same thing. And then you start to meet people at retailers and people who are content creators and like makers, and that stuff becomes more and more important. And it's not that the knives become unimportant. Like you're not going to stop being into knives. You'll still be excited about plenty of knives to come, but the equation changes, the value.
It does. Yeah. And it's like, if you look at my Instagram feed, I post very simple captions, stupid emojis, and I'll tag who's in it or whatever. I like to keep it fun. I like to keep people like trying to figure out what an emoji means, whatever I just made up in my head.
The like, train for the Warney was excellent.
The what?
The train for the Warncliffe.
Yeah, the train for Warncliffe. That was Jason's. That was Jason's. I was gonna emoji it with a straight razor. There's a straight razor emoji, but I like the train better.
The train's good, especially because people were just like, what could that even mean?
Someone guessed it dead nuts on within 3 minutes of me posting it the first time.
Really?
Like dead nuts. They go Cutlery Shop, Warncliffe, and S30V, and I'm like, shut up. I'm not liking this comment. I'm ignoring that comment. I'm just gonna pass it by.
That never happened.
It never happened. But like I find like this is one of my favorite PM2s. It's 10V, but like everything about this knife is I've become good friends with Aramis Akhmedov because I take lots of pictures of his knives and they're beautiful. And I've become friends with Adrian from XXX Adrenaline XXX. So this knife has his parts on it. Like this knife is a cool knife, but it's cooler because of everything. The sum of its parts are greater than it is, I guess.
Yeah, it's your buddies at Rec, and it's your buddy at Aramis, and it's your buddy at Adrenaline, and it's all come together to make one ultimate mega knife.
Yeah. At one point, I started a message with Aramis and Adrian. I'm like, I want you two guys to meet each other. You guys are so cool. And they're like, we know each other. I'm like, oh, okay.
Dang it.
Our parts go together. Yeah, we know each other.
That's awesome.
But yeah, they're both great guys. Yeah, there's a lot of really amazing people in this community. And it's really hard to say this without offending people. But I guess most good knife companies attract a certain type of people. People that are really into Spyderco are a pretty specific kind of person. They're a person that values quality and functionality above flash and pizzazz or whatever. It's a functional type person, which I don't know. I feel like they're more rational, maybe thinking of what makes something quality and beautiful is how it works, not how many sparkles it has on it. Right. But so our community attracts like a very specific type of people that value this stuff, and I really appreciate that part of it. Yeah. And there's a reason people don't post Tenaciouses in our group. I would have no problem with it if someone came in the group and they're like, I want to buy a PM2. This is my Tenacious. I'm like, that is awesome. Feel free, post away, post it every day. I don't care. But they don't, because like we all move past that stage of the budget Tenacious stuff pretty quickly, because we're all kind of like, no, I want like a nice knife. Okay, this is nice. I got a PM2. Yeah. I'm good.
I think it's funny. So just today, my buddy left EDC. I don't know if you know Kevin, but he can be a little bit brash sometimes, and he likes to drink while he's reviewing. And it's funny. I enjoy it a lot. He's a genuine friend at this point, and I talk to him every day. And I find him hilarious, but he does not like Spyderco. And part of it is because he's left-handed, and like compression lock knives for him just don't click very well. And he's also really into like bearing actions and crisp detents, and just the way that Spydercos are set up isn't super his cup of tea. It's funny, in his review today of he had a Shaman with Flytanium scales that somebody loaned to him. He was just railing on it because for a lefty the compression lock already sucks, and then you've got the nub on the Shaman, and it's like, plus it's heavy and slick because it's in all titanium. It's like it was a bad combo for him. And he was talking about how for Spyderco, a lot of people are form and function, or form over function, and Spyderco is like F form. We're all function. If we happen to get a little bit of form in there, maybe, but like probably we won't even do that. And it's interesting too, because then I think of some of the knives that Spyderco seems to have made more form decisions on, usually collaborations, like the Paysan, where it's a gorgeous knife and it's a lot of fun to play with. But like as a cutting tool, I would argue it's one of their lesser knives that they've ever put out with.
You don't cut apples with a hatchet?
Not regularly. I have. Like if a friend tossed it to me in my backyard when I was a kid and I was swinging the hatchet through the air at the apple, Fruit Ninja style. But yeah, like it's rare for Spyderco to come out with a knife like that. And when they have, I have found that a lot of the like guys who are really into the PM2 and the Shaman and the Para3 and like the kind of core, like Golden Colorado made, very functional knives. Sometimes they love knives like the Paysan and the Drunken and stuff because they see the beauty in it and they love Spyderco so much. But I also see a lot of people like, yeah, but the Paysan sucks at cutting, so I sold it. Because you get used to a certain standard.
When Paysan came out, like, I don't know if I just didn't know better or I liked it at the time or I convinced myself because the price point and it was a Spyderco that I was supposed to like it. So I was so excited about it. I'm like, oh, this horrendous lock stick will go away. Oh, I'm never actually going to cut anything with it. Oh, this giant A Purvis Time Ascus clip hurts my hand, but it looks cool. Like, it's just
See, the one I had didn't have lock stick. The action was awesome. And I had a milled titanium. I think it was just an MXG milled titanium clip on it.
Yeah.
And that knife I loved in every way other than its slicing ability. It had a nice edge on it, so it would cut, but it was like it wasn't a high performance cutting implement. And I've thought about getting another one. If I do, I will absolutely send it out for a regrind.
Yeah.
And then if it's a nice tall hollow, it's really thin behind the edge, that'll be awesome. But yeah, like the Drunken too, to me, that clip is horrendous. I don't like the action. It's beautiful to look at, especially when you get closer to it and you see all the milling on it and all that. But like functionality wise, I'll take a Spidey Chef over it.
Okay, now everyone disregard what Jake said. Okay, there's a beautiful Drunken for sale on the Facebook group right now with an A-Purvis clip for only $530. It can be yours. And I'm only selling it because I want someone else to have it, not because I don't like it.
Yeah, not because any of the things I just said are true at all. Until it's sold, then we can talk about this again. Yeah, what else have they? The Nirvana, I would love to get a Nirvana, but I've heard a lot of people saying a lot of the same things like they did about the Paysan about the
Nirvana. Did you know there's possibly a Nirvana too?
I've heard.
I've held.
And smaller, right?
It's pretty cool. I mean, it was 2 years ago when I held it, so either they're prototyping the crap out of it or waiting for the Paysan to be discontinued, which they can pull that cord now for all I care. But yeah, it was almost like they go, okay, let's of all the Peter Rizzenti designs, let's not choose the weirdest one. Let's go with the one that everyone wants. Makes sense? Okay, cool. And it looks just like a Nirvana too. It's got, I'm trying to remember the handle design. I remember I think it's just the stripes, like the milled stripes in, or if it was the holes. I can't remember, but it looked just like a Nirvana. It felt great, but it's not going to be fully functional. It's not going to have a PM2 full flat ground blade that's super slicey for an Apple. Like, these high-end knives are not fully made just to cut stuff.
I mean, they could at least, like, the Danger Pickle is a thick blade stock, and it's not even a tall hollow. And they're able to get this grind with the hollow down to where behind the edge it's at least thin enough that it slices decent. This is not a slicing dream. It's not like it's not meant to compete with a PM2 or a Para3 in its slicing ability. But it's at least like they've taken the time to at least put a hollow on it. What was astounding to me about the Paysan was it's Spyderco who made it. I get that it's a collaboration with somebody else, but it's them. Like, why not bring it down and make it thinner? They know they have the capability of hollow grinding from Taichung or Golden, Colorado. That one's in Taichung. So is the Bombshell. Why can't we just have a hollow grind on it? Like, they know the repercussions of having a knife be thick behind the edge.
Yeah.
Just because a lot of people don't use fancy knives doesn't mean you shouldn't. I don't know. I get caught up in this a lot of the time. It's like, if I buy a Lamborghini Huracan, I don't want it to come with a V6 just because I don't plan on tracking it. I actually would track it if I had one, but for the average buyer, like it doesn't make sense to put bad tires on a car that's capable of going really fast or downgrading the engine. Like, if it's really nice, take it all the way.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So, like, this is a Craig Brown Knives.
I want one of those so bad, even though it's 154.
That's point right there. That should not bother me at all. It should not, because you know what I've cut with this? Maybe myself.
One Amazon package?
No, maybe my own hand, but nothing else. Yeah. This blade will never get dull. It's never even going to get close to get dull. If it does, I'll strop it if I cut something with it, probably. But it does on some level. Like, why couldn't they just use like M390? Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. I've heard some makers use the excuse that they're still working on using all of a certain steel that they have on hand, or that they just really like the finishes they're able to get on it. whatever it is.
I have heard some custom makers. I don't even know how true it is. Like, which shines up real good, or it does a good hand satin, or
Okay, well, if I'm not ordering mirror polish, like give me the option. Make it a like if you want mirror polish, you have to do 154 cm.
yeah.
But if you're okay with belt satin or even hand satin or like whatever, like I mean, it just seems weird to me that at the custom level specifically, steels drop off and plummet. And
yeah, it does. Well, it's really hard to work with steel wearing black nitrile gloves.
yeah, I don't know. I was talking to I don't know if you know Sean. He's the guy from Geared Toward Gear.
Oh, yeah, I know Sean. Yeah.
I love Sean. He was one of the first guys I had on the podcast, and I just click with him in a certain way, and we both got Roosevelt spots, and it was funny talking about them because he was like, "What are you gonna do?" And the options got slimmer this time around in terms of what you can do, and so I've had to kind of rethink what I'm going to do, and I'm still not 100% on it. But we both have really similar tastes. We're thinking similar things, and it was interesting talking about the changes because now Oz is having his blades ground. He's outsourced it to the same person who does Hinderers grinding, I guess. I forget the name of it. And by all accounts, they do a great job. Like I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but I know, like, or I don't know. I think I've seen some of his parts are like water jet cut. And so if the grinding isn't being done there, things are water jet. He's still doing a lot of it. But some people have said like, it kind of seems more like a mid-tech on this run than it does a full custom, like some of his earlier builds, which I don't want to be too critical of the guy. Like I think he's doing a phenomenal job, but I think there's kind of a fair point there. If you're outsourcing more of the process, then it's less of a all you custom, you know.
Yeah. But you're also paying $500-$600 for a knife. You're not going to get a full custom because
right.
I'm not doing 2 weeks of work with expensive materials and expensive machinery so I can make $100. Like,
right.
Yeah.
But it's funny. So as I was talking to Sean about it, I was like, I think it's interesting. I'd love to have Daniel on the podcast, and hopefully I will soon, because I'd love to hear what he's going through as he's growing his business and finding all the success. And like, it's a really cool story, and I like the guy. But I think it's interesting that the move is in order to get more of his customs out and take more book orders and move them quicker, it's to outsource part of the process and then keep kind of doing it the way he was for the previous knives, instead of like keeping the customs really slow, 50 spots at a time, like let them take as long as they're going to take, and doing a production run and having somebody like Riat build 1,000 of his knives, or even just 300 of his knives or whatever at a time. And because then also my point was, if Riat's building it, he could retail that knife for something like $350, and then it would have M390, which for a lot of users, I think would actually be a more advantageous steel choice than the Z. Is it Finite or Z-Finite? I never know how to say it.
I think it's up to your discretion.
It's LC200N basically is what it is.
Yes.
Which is a steel that I think is compelling, and I don't have a problem with it, especially compared to what a lot of others at that price and that type of build in the custom segment are using.
Yeah.
But like to see it with something like M390 or even LMAX or whatever would, for most users, probably actually be better, unless they're really part of the small segment of the population that needs a ton of stainlessness.
I scuba dive with my Holt usually, but it gets rusty.
But yeah, like how cool would it be if there was a production run? Because his problem right now is getting his design into enough people's hands. And I don't think it would at all detract from the people who want his customs. I think if anything, long-term, it would add more and more and more people who love that knife and now want a custom of it. But yeah, I don't know. It's easy for me to sit here and play armchair quarterback and pontificate about what I think is happening.
Well, it's also interesting to see the different like ways into this hobby now to become like a professional. Like 20 years ago, if you want to be a knife maker, you're a knife maker and you are grinding blades, you're making knives, and you're making your name at little knife shows, and you're trying to just like make it.
Yep.
Now you get a good design, you put it on Instagram, and it can blow up, and you're famous. Yep. Like, damn. Like that. I have loved the Roosevelt since probably number 7. I saw it. I'm like, I want that knife. But to me, I didn't understand finger flicking at the time. I just like, that looks painful with my thumb to open an Oz.
Yeah.
Which it is because I have. But
yeah, I only middle finger flick it. When I had Jason's, it was like thumb flicking it felt super weird, but I couldn't care less because it middle finger flicks so freaking well.
It finger flicks amazing. But yeah, when I first saw it, I thought it was a style over substance knife. When no, it's really, really comfortable in hand and it opens great. It's a good knife, like really good knife.
Yeah, the first time I messaged him was June 9th. So like 9 months ago. Is that right?
Yeah.
8 or 9 months ago. And that was after I'd seen his knives popping up a few times and followed him, was like, these look really good. And then I messaged him like a chump and I was like, hey, I noticed it looks like your books are closed. Any way that either I can snag a spot or that it'll be opening soon? Or, like I tried to get a little inside scoop. Yeah, that's those are tough books to get on.
It doesn't matter how many Instagram followers you have. Just saying.
Yeah, even so, shamelessly, after I reviewed his the one that Jason loaned me, I was definitely DMing him like, hey man, if there's any way to get on the books. And he was like, yep, they open on this day at this time.
I sent him, I took a whole bunch of marketing photos of Jason's knife and emailed them to him. And I'm like, okay, so that's cool, right? I'm going to post them. I'm like, yep, thanks. When's your books open? You'll get the email. I'm like, okay, sounds good.
Yeah, more power to the guy. He knows he's got something that's cooking and doing well. And I mean, that's another arena where the proof is in the pudding of what those are going for on the secondary market. Like, which is another thing that baffles me on customs. People are way less mad in general about values going up than they are Spyderco sprints or exclusives, which granted it's a smaller sample size of knives. It's coming from a like artisanal maker a lot of the time instead of from a company. I get that there are differences, but the fact that there seem to be less people upset that you can be seeing an Oz for $1,800 when it originally cost $700 or $800, and then when a Spyderco is going for $200 and it was originally $150, people are like, oh, how dare they?
Yeah. Well, it's your price sensitivity obviously goes down with the more expensive knives. It's like, between $1,100 and $1,500, somewhere in there. Does it make a difference if it's $1,200 or $1,300? Well, yes, but mentally not a huge difference.
Right.
$20 difference between a PM2 exclusive and like the red M390 versus the blue M390. Oh my God, Bento Box. What is wrong with them? They charge $15 more. Same knife, same steel. Not buying from them. $15. Right. I could go to Red Robin and get a freckled lemonade for that price.
To be fair, at Bento Box, you are then also going to pay for shipping, and they have the worst site that's known to man.
I defend Bento Box more than I should, because I know that they are a pain in the ass. I know everything I said about them is exaggeratedly true, though.
For sure. It's
true, but it's exaggerated.
One time I got frustrated was when I realized, when I saw on their site that their shipping address was the post office. They have a P.O. box there, I guess, or whatever. It is literally, I could walk to that post office in under 3 minutes, not even power walking. It is, I don't even use that post office for my P.O. box because it's like, it's just, I don't want to go that direction, but it's the closest post office to my house by far. And I was like, hold on, it's like $20 for you to ship something to me. Like, if you're using that post office, please just let me, like, I'll meet you in an alley. Like,
well, if you see anyone coming to the door with maybe 2 knife boxes a day, because that's probably how much they sell a day, just stop them and say, hey, got anything blue on you? I don't know. They that's what's weird though. Like, I have taken marketing quality photos for Bento Box Shop and sent them to them, and that message is still unread. So I'm not a big fan of the guy. I understand why everyone hates on his $15 shipping. I just like wish I could connect with him and say, okay, I know you're stubborn. I know you don't want to listen. How much does USPS priority cost? Because that's what you ship with. $8.45. Okay, charge $10 shipping. It'll cover your cost, and your stupid little newspaper clippings that you shove in there for stuffing, those are free. You're okay. USPS priority boxes, they're free. If he would just sacrifice $5 a sale, I bet his sales would almost double if he took shipping from 15 to 10.
Yep.
Not even exaggerating.
And it's not that difficult to set up like a Shopify site in today's day and age.
Yeah.
I am not good at it, and I have started to even just play around on it. I am not a web guy by any means, and like I'm pretty confident I can figure it out. His website is really bad for the year 2021.
It is.
I was on it the other day because a friend was asking me, what PM2 should I get? And I was like, look, if you want to get the PM2 right now that I think is the best value that you can just purchase and not have to deal with trying to find one, like if you just want to buy one, here's a link to Bento Box Shop. And I felt weird sending it to him. I was like, he's going to think this is a scam site, because I flipped through it real quick to see if everything was still there and make sure that PM2 is in stock so you could get the K390. It's a bad site.
I understand from a graphic visual appeal point of view, it's by far the worst knife website in existence.
It looks like you're getting a virus when you're on it.
True. But if you use the same type of Spyderco mindset of functionality and simpleness, everything's right there. It's one page. You don't have to go dig through menus and find where stuff is. It may look like garbage. There may be no descriptions, but if they have a knife, it is on that one page, which I do appreciate.
Spyderco themselves has a not that great of site if you look at it compared to many others. It's not bad, but Bento Box is like archaic compared to it looks worse than the forum page of Spyderco's website.
To be fair to Bento Box,
I'm just digging the knife in.
In 1996, they went to a Cinemark movie theater and they saw a free AOL CD. They took that AOL CD home, put it in, quickly made a website. They ran out of hours, and then they haven't touched it since then.
There you go.
So it happened.
Dial-up ain't free, bro.
Dial-up ain't free. They got a call. They quit. They got an incoming call, and they go, that's the website. We're done.
It's good enough.
Good enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's a similar vein as like the packaging thing on knives. To me, like when I'm buying a Spyderco's boxes, they're consistent, but they're not high quality packaging. They have good branding on them in terms of the way they're printed, but it's not high quality materials that are bringing your knife to you, compared to even many knives in the very same price point where at least you're getting like a padded pouch or something, you know?
Yeah.
I don't always like feel like I need good packaging, but I notice it when I get it. Right. And when the norm becomes that everybody has a good site as of like 5 years ago, and you still refuse to have one. I mean, it's like pretending that Instagram won't help you sell things. It's like, I don't need to bother with social media for my business. When you sell a product, you do. You should. It's better to treat
I'm convinced the guy that owns Bento has got to be the most hard-headed, doesn't want to listen, completely socially inept person. I'm going to post this knife on Instagram, and I'm going to turn comments off, and then I'm never going to answer a message. That's the way you sell a knife. You just avoiding the problem. Everyone's just want to say, you have $15 shipping. Just fix it. Just fix your damn shipping.
The one thing I can say, though, is he chooses good enough exclusives to get Spyderco to work with him on that it has actually seemingly worked out to the point where he's been a thing for years and years. And I know a lot of people who have knives from that site, and they are consistently great exclusives. So the fact that he offers K390 and it's on the shelf right now, you can just go buy one, is like, that's a great exclusive. That's the only reason why bento box is afloat.
Here is how much people don't like paying for shipping. Right now, if I said go get a Maxima PM2, I don't think you could go get one. Like, they're sold out everywhere. I think the 2021 price is $234.
Ooh, that went up. It was like 202 last year, wasn't it?
It was 217 last year.
Maybe the Para 3 was a little
Para
less.
3 was like 203. And then, so I mean, now it's legit too expensive. A Maxima PM2, unless you're really into steel and really.
This one was like $70 on factory seconds.
Boom. Unless you're really into steel, you don't need a Maxima PM2 unless you don't like sharpening, but we all like sharpening. So why are we trying to chase these steels that we never sharpen? K390, you could get shipped for like $20 less than a Maxima. But people would still be like, should I get K390 or Maxima? Like, K390 is plenty fine edge retention, and it's tougher and it's cheaper.
Yeah. For most users, it's probably the more logical choice too, because the only complaint, regardless of how founded it is a lot of people, oh, Maximet's chippy, from a bunch of people who've never had their Maximet chip, but they heard it on the internet once.
They heard it.
And not saying it's incapable of chipping, and it is chippier than other things, sure.
It's the most brittle steel used on Spyderco. It's the most brittle steel. It is. Fact.
For sure.
Yeah.
I've never had a chip on me, so I don't walk around like, oh, well, it's chippy. Avoid it, you know. But for most users, K390 probably is a little bit of a better balance because it's still got ridiculous edge retention.
More than anyone needs.
Yeah.
But people hate bento so much. Like, what'd you get? Well, I could go buy the Maxima for River's Edge, so I spent $20 more. I'm like, I can't. I understand that. I
condone it. I love River's Edge. Please go to them
exactly.
instead of bento.
But I understand how much people dislike that site, but it's cool. I have a couple K399s up here. I like it a lot. This one's K390.
I know when I was visiting you, you had a K390. It was either an Andela or a Stretch or something in your pocket.
This is my most carried knife. It's a K390 Dragonfly. And
it was like an Endura or an Andela that you had on you the day I was up there.
I don't have an Andela. I don't have an Endura. I don't carry a Delica. It was a Dragonfly. If I had a K390 on me, I usually keep this in my fifth pocket or my sweatpants.
Maybe I'm mistaking it for something else. Maybe it was. I think I was talking about how I'd just seen. Maybe it was at that time when they
were coming out right then.
Yeah, one of them just came out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool steel. Like, steels have gotten to a point where they don't need to get better. They're already unmaintainable for 90% of the knife public. Like, when you see the post, should I get an S30V PM2 or a Maxima PM2? Everyone loves piling up those posts like Maximas. They're like, yeah, no crap, it's better. It's not better for someone who uses their knife daily and gets it wet and cuts their peanut butter and jelly sandwich and
on a ceramic plate.
Yes. So Maxima's not default the correct answer because it's more expensive. It's the correct answer for a certain person.
Right. I do get a big chuckle out of those posts a lot because the frequency with which they happen and the fact that people, they just don't like, maybe it's just a me thing. If I have a question about a steel, the first thing I'm going to do, because I'm prideful, is I'm going to try Google and YouTube. I'm going to see what I can learn before I ask a question to a big group of people where I might expose that I don't know something. And that's because of my own pride, which is maybe a fault, but like the amount of the people who just hop in and make an original post, which is the third one for that day, where it's like, which one's better, 10V or Maxima? It's like,
my life has gotten way easier managing this group. So they took away the functionality. I don't know why. And this happened like a month ago. They took away the functionality of being able to select what album you're going to post a picture from in the comments on Facebook. Because usually, like, all my knife stuff's in a favorite album. And then I have 27,000 photos in my just photo feed. And I can't find anything because I will take, no joke, 300 photos when I do a photo session.
I have 34,974 photos in my recents.
Exactly. And sometimes I'm trying to find one from 9 months ago. And I'm like, did I take it before or after that photo? I don't know. But they took away that functionality. And it kind of, was a good thing for me because I found myself commenting less, but more important stuff, and not just spinning my wheels on like answering stuff like that or whatever. Like, it's got me in a habit of like, just because I know the answer to a question, it doesn't mean I need to be the one that butts in and says it. Like someone else.
I scrolled past almost every single one of those.
Yeah, like someone else handle this crap. I'm done with it. That's fine. But it took me like going into posts and like typing stuff up, and I'm like, I have to show a photo, and I couldn't find the photo. I'm like, delete comment, done, moving on.
You know what I love though? Like that same buddy who I just sent to Bento Box last week and bought the K390 PM2. He had a PM2 before, but I think it had Flytanium scales on it and it had already been modified. So he's thinking about getting one and wasn't sure what he'd do with it yet, but he is not super into steels, and he knows with Spyderco, that's a part of the world, right? And so he asked me, like, on a PM2, what steel would you recommend out of all of them? And that's a loaded question. And it turned into me with like 5-minute long voice notes going over all the steels. And then it was like, so in conclusion, I think you should get K390 because it's available and it's fantastic. But it's like, he asked me one-on-one a steel question, and it was real easy for me to do that. But he was also a guy who I was already buddies with. If somebody hops in my DMs who I've never talked to before and they're like, which steel is better, this or this? It's like, get out. I don't hate you for doing that. But no, like, I don't want to sound like a jerk, but find a friend. Find somebody who you've talked to before and ask them.
This has actually gotten, I'm surprised. It's when I first got into knives, obviously no one knows who you are, so no one bugs you. And then you kind of like learn things and people start to bug you. And then everyone assumes, like, the bigger Instagram account you have, the more well-known you are, that you just continue to exponentially get more stuff. People don't bug me anymore at all. Like, they don't. They don't ask.
You've got to a point where you've apexed that, and now they think you're unapproachable.
They got to a point where, I don't know, maybe I made myself unapproachable, like not answering things like super flowery. But eventually people just kind of like, I don't know, they started leaving me alone and I stopped asking these questions. But occasionally still, I will get someone who treats me like I am freaking Siri, and they'll just be like, Thomas, what this or this? And I'm like, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not answering. I refuse. There's somebody right now that's doing that to me all day, every day for the last 2 weeks. I've been very chill about it. But yeah, some people just treat you like you're Google.
Yeah, there's one person ever who I've told to stop messaging me, and I felt mean while doing it, but it was like several days. I had less patience than you, I guess, but several days in a row where it was like 20, 25 messages a day, just asking me nonstop questions, and not even like trying to like talk to me like a human, just like, what do you think between this and this? How about between this and this? And it was like more than half of the things were knives that I hadn't reviewed, or if I had, I would just like, I have a review on that. Go, like, if you want to know what I think of it, that's why I created a 30-minute video that you can go watch and see exactly what I think about it. It hasn't changed since.
Like, I do that to Shabazz all the time because I don't watch YouTube, but I'll be like, get excited about something. I'll shoot a message like, what about this knife? And like, he'll send me a link to his video. And I'm like, no. Just tell me what you want to say in a sentence.
But I love responding with a link to my own video.
Like, well, what do you think? Literally, this is what I think. Oh, literally.
Yep. Yeah. So anyways, after a few days of it, I carefully worded it. I was like, look, man, you seem like a nice dude. I've got nothing against you on a personal level, but I do not have time to answer your questions constantly. I appreciate that you want to talk to me, but like, you got to stop messaging me. If there's ever something actually very important that you want to ask me about that I haven't already gone over in a video or whatever it is, like, I'm not saying never message me again, but I don't want to hear from you unless there's a real reason, because it seems like you're just asking me a lot of questions and none of them have anything to do with any relationship we have. Like, I'm not an encyclopedia. I have a family and responsibilities, and I try to be really good at answering my Instagram DMs because actual important conversations happen there. And like, I enjoy that. But yeah, some people can't take a hint when it's like, I've given you 13 one-word answers in a row. or just sent you a link and you're still going, I have to tell you to stop. Cut it out, man.
I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. And it depends on, I guess, if you're the receiving end or the giving end of the fact that Facebook and the Instagram Messenger have the read function on. God damn, I wish that wasn't that way. So I appreciate it. I like knowing when, and I have read receipts turned on 3 text message chains I have, because those are people like my wife. I don't need her to respond, but I need to know she read something.
Yeah.
God, that sucks. So when you want to open something up and you open it, it's this much. I'm like, I don't want to read this right now. I don't want to answer it.
You can't take it back.
Read, and I'm not going to come back to it. And yeah.
Instagram is awesome in the sense that now they have the general folder, because there's definitely a number of conversations that I keep in that folder where it's like,
what's that? I don't understand what's it for?
So I basically segment it. It'll still say in my top right in the messenger thing, like, oh, there's a message in there, but I will never accidentally just open one of those if it's one of those people who messages me way too often. I still get to them. It's just a way for me to filter it. So it's like the conversations I actually want to be having are in my main thing. And there's not that many people moved into general, but it's the ones who consistently, like, when they message me, it's some long thing and I don't have a personal relationship with them. And it's like, you're a little bit needy, so you're in my general. And I don't even say that like because I have a channel. I want to reiterate, this isn't like, oh, because I'm big timing people because I have 5,000 YouTube subscribers. Like, I do not consider myself a big deal at all. I laugh at the fact that anybody would. But as a person, on a human level, that's who I am. Like, if you're wasting my time intentionally often and thinking it's okay to do, you're a general folder person. And if I'm an a-hole for that, so be it. But like, I think that's more of a common thing.
This is the best, is when someone's blowing you up constantly, asking you questions that are like, you literally don't know anything about this. I've had this a couple of times where I want to find more out about the person. Like, who is this guy? And they're not even following you.
Yep.
It doesn't say follow back. And I'm like, okay. And sometimes they'll keep on messaging me. I'm like, how did you find me? Why did you decide I am your resource? And you don't even like me enough to follow me. So this is just, you went and typed in hashtag PM2. This guy's got PM2. Ask him a question.
Right.
But anyway.
So if it's a PM2 question, just forward them every time to PM2OG. There you go. That's what I'm going to start doing. He'll love it.
Oh, Josh would love it.
And people probably wouldn't message me anymore. Oh man.
Yeah. No, what's next for you? Are you just going to keep on? I mean, you do your videos daily. This goes on like the same feed, right? This is just like another video on the feed. Okay.
Yeah. So what I do is I've been really consistent lately. Very few days have I missed it, but I typically do 2 uploads a day of videos to YouTube. Yeah, but it's good. And if I don't, then the problem is I have too much stuff that I need to be filming, and then I get way backed up. And then if anyone's offering me a loaner that I actually want to check out, I can't even take it because like I have other stuff I need to finish reviews on that's not done yet. And if I keep putting it up, it's a whole thing. So at least 2 a day is like what keeps me kind of on par with how much gear I bring in. And then the podcast is weekly, so it goes up every Wednesday, and I put it on YouTube as a video, and then I post it through Anchor, which puts it automatically to every podcasting platform. So it'll be on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, everything goes there. And more people definitely at this point listen to it by watching it on YouTube, just because that's where my following is. I don't have like this weird podcast following that out of nowhere was already there when I started one, but people do listen as well from hearing about it by me talking about it on YouTube or through Instagram. And then, so there's the podcast and the content creation. I post daily to Instagram, and I have daily posted to Instagram since I started my channel. Before that, I'd been on Instagram for a while, but it wasn't like I never missed a day. I have not missed a day since I started Bearded Gear.
I'm 99% daily for 3
and
years.
a lot of the time it's multiple a day for you, right?
on an average day, I will post on Instagram between 2 accounts at least 6 times.
Jeez.
But I haven't posted. I posted the shaman marketing pic this morning, and that's probably all I'll post today.
Yeah.
I posted that for both accounts. I just double posted it. So today is 1 post day, but some days it's like 12. But yeah, that's the first thing I tell people when they want to get into Instagram is like post every day. And people are like, well, I can't. I'm like, yeah,
Yes,
you can, because I do it and it takes like minutes. Just do it.
Take 7 pictures on Saturday.
Yes.
Post them daily. Yeah. So the interesting thing for me is going to be, as this venture of being into knife design and starting a knife company, for anyone who's still listening at 3.5 hours in and wants a tidbit, I've talked about it on Instagram. I've shared in my stories on my Bearded Gear page, but there's an Instagram for the upcoming knife with some teaser shots. It's called Luft Concepts, Luft Concepts is the Instagram handle. And so as that becomes a reality, what's going to be interesting is that's a whole nother avenue, right? That's another Instagram page to build for the brand.
Yeah.
Website we're working on, and there's marketing and pushing all of that. And then what that does to me as a reviewer, I think will be a little bit interesting. The way that I foresee it happening is just total transparency, that I'm coming out with my own knife, but I don't plan on stopping reviewing knives, because I don't think there's any rule that you have to. There's no rule book on knife reviewing where if you've designed a knife and sold a knife that you can't review other people's knives. And so I don't think I'll necessarily lose any objectivity in looking at other people's designs. If anything, it'll teach me more, because I'll know all of the back end of what goes into bringing that to market and all that. So I look forward to that. And yeah, the podcast has become one of my favorite things, because these conversations are super fun for me. And it's just something different in my schedule, where this is totally different from me sitting down and filming a video of just me talking. And it also goes, we've talked, I don't know, in this 3.5 hours, not all that much of this has actually been super knife focused. And I love that. And I think people kind of resonate with it, because it teaches people in the audience that a lot of knife guys, I don't know, it shows you a different side of who they are. That's not just the object itself. And that gets more interesting over time. It's kind of like how it's not just about the knives anymore. It's about the community and the makers and people. And I like the idea that people are getting into, like, for me, I followed you for a long time before we ever talked. I had no idea who you were. I guarantee you there will be a bunch of people listening to this podcast who have followed you. And if they're not in the Millie Club and have already watched you live, then this will be the first time that they're like hearing your voice, seeing your face. Like that's a cool thing. And yeah, I like that about it. So maybe as I start, if the making or designing thing, I don't plan on making knives, at least not just yet. I have no talent for that, but we're already working on other designs that could potentially be in the pipeline if the first one does well. And if that whole thing with Luft Concepts becomes tangible and real and significant income enough to pour a bunch of energy into it and it doesn't flop, then I may do a little bit less reviewing. But if I do that, I'll probably want to step up and do more podcasting, because I really enjoy that. So we'll see how the ratio gets affected over time. But it would be difficult for me to imagine not at least putting up a video a day. Like, that sounds so easy now that I've been doing 2 a day. I'll hit a year of being on YouTube on March 25th. That's in 2 days from when we're recording. Wow. And I guess 3 days from when we started recording, 2 days now. And I'll have over 600 videos uploaded and live on YouTube in that one calendar year of being on the platform, which is like, that's quite the library, I think, for a year. There's not that many people doing it. So the idea of going to just a video a day is like, that's so, I could film that all in a evening and then upload, or like edit and upload it all in even the same evening once a week, and then just be posting every day. Like, that's easy to manage. So
yeah, a lot of times it'll be like, I'll lay on the couch and I'm about to go to bed and it's like 11:15. I'm like, oh crap, I didn't post yet. Okay, done.
Yep.
just find something. Once you have a big enough catalog of like content, like I'll just go open Adobe Lightroom. Like I need a pretty photo, and I'll scan back for 4 months. I'm like, okay, well, if anyone remembers this photo, cool, it's a good photo. If not, I have 17,000 followers. I bet 1 or 2 of them haven't seen it yet, or they didn't follow me then. So put it back out in the world again. And if they don't like it, they can scroll past it. But I still have content to share. It's just not brand new.
See, I never double share content, but I'm in such a groove of constantly taking knife pictures that even if I didn't take any today, and I've used all the ones from the last week, like if I go back a month or two, guaranteed there's a new angle with different lighting and a different like backdrop even a lot of the time that I shot of a knife at the same time. And I had just picked a different shot, but I liked both. And it's like, it's very easy to, just pull from old shots.
When I typically shoot knives, I will take at least 20 shots per pose, and I never just do one pose. I always do 2 or 3, sometimes 10, because I don't like to do too many though, because I'm taking 20 to 30 photos of a pose. I have to go through every single one of them and find the one that's the best. I usually pick 3 of each pose. I favorite them, open Adobe Lightroom, import all those. So if you scroll through my Adobe Lightroom, there's 4,856 photos in Adobe Lightroom, but like that's because I'll upload my favorite 4 of that pose, and then I'll pick the one and just edit that one.
So there's really like 1,000.
Yeah, so I just go through there. I'm like, oh crap, this is a good photo. I never did anything with it, and there you go.
Yeah.
One thing that's definitely changed about content creation, and especially since we are doing this. So this is my knife room. I have a 2-year-old son. I used to do all my knife activities out there. Now it's in here.
Your son is the best, by the way. Seriously, if you haven't watched the video of me being at Thomas's house, he is a winner.
He's a good kid. But so I have limited space now. I have the desk. It's 5 feet wide. And right now I have my computer, a microphone. I have 2 knife cases right here. That's all the space I have. I have lights and crap and tools and a couple spare knives laying around and a work mat. But I don't have room for my light box. So my light box is on the ground. It literally takes me 30 seconds to close my knife cases, push everything sideways, and put my light box up here. But I just find myself like, I've done that.
It's a hurdle you don't want to jump over.
I was like, nah. I've taken enough photos. So if you don't know, I take very specific type of photos. I take a lot of light box photos with white backgrounds that really just kind of stand out. I've been trying to take more natural lighting photos in 2021, but my light box photos still do really, really well. And they're good for like, I took photos for this is what they're launching with is one of my photos. It's the first time I've used my light box in forever. Was
that's the Cutlery Shop Shaman, for those who are listening, that just got announced this morning. So
it was funny because I went to the post office to get boxes this morning. It was like 8 o'clock and I'm driving home. It was like 8:20 and I'm like, we're announcing that knife in 40 minutes and I haven't even taken a photo of it yet. Oh shit, how am I going to announce it if I don't have a picture?
Epic.
So I ran home. Kim is taking care of Camden. It's chaos. And I'm like, bye, gotta go take photos of knives.
Well, it worked out. The photos looked great.
It's a good photo, but it's gotten to a point where I don't feel as creative when I shoot my light box because, well, there's preset buttons in Lightroom, but I don't use those. But I know exactly where to set everything for a light box photo. Yeah. It takes me literally 14 seconds to edit a photo in Lightroom, and it will look 90% as good as if I spent 10 minutes doing it.
Yeah.
So I guess that kind of got repetitive. So I've been taking a lot less indoor photos and taking more stuff outside. But I do think it's funny. I will take some really cool outdoor photos and it'll do fine on Facebook. And I take a stupid lightbox photo of a wreck that took me 30 seconds to set up and it will blow my account up. I'm like, okay, I know what people like. I get it. Makes sense.
Well,
But
plus if it's your thing and that's what people are so accustomed to,
yeah,
I'd be willing to bet a lot of people when they're scrolling through their feed, if they see one of your pictures and it's not a Lightbox photo, they
yeah.
might scroll past it, not even realizing it's
Oh
yours.
yeah, totally. And it was weird because you hit a really good point about Instagram. People want to see what they expect to see. They don't like to be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, I got to a point where in this hobby where I don't care as much anymore. Like whatever. I just want to start chasing what my passion is. So I started posting. You know what photos don't do well on Instagram?
What?
Photos of sweatshirts when you're a knife account.
And you've been on a roll with those.
Hey, guess what? I don't care. I've sold a lot of sweatshirts and I've had a lot of people contact me and ask me questions about sweatshirts. And it's really entertaining. It's fun. I've even talked to sweatshirt manufacturers now.
That's
and
epic.
It's fun. But yeah, post a picture of a piece of clothing laying on the floor. Ooh, that's not going to get very many likes. But the people that do like it actually like it. And that's that's what's been fun about just not. If I wanted to just chase likes on Instagram, I would take a Para3 and PM2 family photos every single day. But that's boring. So post sweatshirts. I've been posting my shoes. I've been posting my car, just trying to broaden my horizons and just share more about me on Instagram. Like I've been sharing more about myself on videos and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think for me, like there's definitely an element of this is what I do, right? Is knife Instagram and YouTube and all that. Instagram doesn't make me any money. Maybe one day it will. But like YouTube, I'm monetized and that's a side gig at this point. And it makes a difference that I grow there and get views and that all helps. And I've no shame in saying that. But for me, the way that I make content from the moment that I set out and doing it, whether it's Instagram or YouTube or now the podcast, it's been very important to me to do it the way that I enjoy doing it, because that's the only way I'll be able to sustain it for a really long time not hate myself. Like you can take a job that pays well, but you hate. And if it pays well enough, then you'll probably like it. But setting out in content creation doesn't pay at all for a long time.
Yeah.
And then by the time you get there, if you already hate it, that's like, I don't know, you should do something else that pays well right off the bat is the way I kind of look at it. So like when I'm taking photos for Instagram, I enjoy that. I like taking the pictures that I take. I enjoy editing them, and some of them do better than others. I'm really lucky in the sense that I get quite a bit of engagement.
Yeah, your posts have crazy engagement.
Yeah, and I think part of that is because like over time, I'd like to think I've evolved a little bit. My skills have improved and all that. But like my approach to it has been the way I like doing it the whole way. And so nothing about it has been weird. Like maybe the photo I post today isn't your style, but as a whole, if you kind of dig the way I do things, it's going to be consistent along the whole path. And same thing with YouTube. Like if I was trying to do tabletop videos and do a bunch of editing and putting in sound effects and crazy, like just stuff, I wouldn't last, you know, and I know that about myself, that I would burn out real quick. And instead I find myself still a year in and 600 videos later enjoying it and not like, oh, I got to film right now. Like instead it's like, I'm happy to film some videos. I'm happy to edit them. I can do it with a movie on. Like it's a pretty sick gig if I do it the way I want to do it. And if I can amass a following by doing it that way, and if I can get that way to make me money, then that's the best case forever, you know. But too many people are like, I'm going to do it this way because that's what the successful people are doing. Yeah. And then they start doing it and they hate it. They hate doing it that way because it's not fun and it's not their style. It's like copying someone else's style is rarely going to work out for you long run.
There is a couple of people who I taught early on Instagram how to do stuff, and their idea of learning it was to look at my posts and do exactly what I do, including the hashtags. Do you know the best way to burn out on Instagram is typing hashtags out? Hey, everybody, don't use hashtags. They're stupid and they don't do anything. I'm just going to say
disagree. I get incredible engagement, and if I look at where it comes from, it's from hashtags.
Yeah, I get good engagement without them though, and I'll grow massively without them. On my Millie account, sometimes I'm growing 40 people a day without hashtags. And I'm not saying they don't work at all by any means. But what they do is they can lock your account because you get associated with bad tags. You'll freeze your account. The biggest thing though is it just slow. It kills the fun. Like on the Millie account, I post sometimes 10 times a day because it's so easy. I just go through tagged photos, like sick photo, copy it, repost it, put it some dumb. I always try to keep whatever I say on a caption to the single line on the Millie account because it's some dumb challenge to me.
It's cleaner.
But it used to be, I was like, okay, I got to say something. I got to use emoji. And then I use this many hashtags and type them all out. And that was the part that killed me having fun. Is it like started sucking? It's like, if I'm not saying don't use hashtags because sometimes I have people contact me from old posts where it's like, oh, you tagged this knife and I looked up that knife and that's how I found you. That does happen. But if you're tagging stuff, best EDC pocket dump 2021 for life, like something that doesn't make sense, no one's following that tag. Stop typing that crap. You're wasting your time. Right. If you're posting a paramilitary 2 and you want to say paramilitary 2, cool. If you're posting lynch clips or whatever it is.
Yeah, but I'm very deliberate about which ones I use.
Use ones that people are going to search for or actually follow. Don't just dump stuff into things that you saw have a bunch of post tag to it because that doesn't mean they're good. That doesn't mean it.
And do not put hashtag knife sale, hashtag knife trade on a knife that you're not selling or trading. That's also the worst.
Don't say hashtag knife sale on Instagram because you will get your account locked.
Yeah.
Knife collection, Knifestagram, Knifegasm. That's weird.
I've never used that one.
Don't, because you'll lock your account. There's 9 tags last time. When I stopped using tags is when all of a sudden, about a year and a half ago, a bunch of people I knew were in this group message were like, has your guys' engagement like cut to a third all of a sudden? And everyone on the group message is like, yes. And we all kind of figured out together. It's like, oh, we're all using the same tags. So if you click on the tags, it will help. If you sell a knife and type knife sale, hashtag knife sale, click on that because guess what?
It's not. Yeah, it's hidden.
It's not there. It's
people use knife sales now, but it's only a matter of time. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I stopped using hashtags. I'm not saying they don't work, but I am saying you can make it without using them.
Yeah.
They are not mandatory. And if it's killing your fun and it's sucking all your time, typing all that stuff out, stop typing it out.
Yeah, it can be a bummer. The quickest way to make my wife really mad is when she's getting her post ready to go up and she hasn't decided on her caption yet. And I don't know how she hasn't learned this yet, that she should not ask me, but she always asks me, what do you think I should caption this? And she shows it to me. And my answer is the same every single time because every time it gets the best reaction. I'll be like, oh, just put caption this. Because you know how some people will put like caption this and then people in the comments, and she hates that idea. Like, that's not what I'm trying. Like she every time makes her so mad. So every time I'm just like, caption this, babe. And I'm like, guess what? I'm going to caption this one. I'm just going to put caption this. She gets so mad. Like it's the worst possible answer. She's looking for some creative, like funny dad joke to put in or something. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. Just put caption this.
The first person I ever like randomly reached out to because I saw potential in their account, but I saw some things they were doing that were just like demolishing any chance they had. I started telling them, like, if you want to get like engagement in your comments, pose a question in your caption. I don't, because I don't get engagement. I don't get a lot of comments on my posts. Mine are just pictures. You don't need to comment on it. It's okay. But he got to a point where he just like was not creative. He just put always every day post a picture of a collection of like 3 random knives, and every caption was, which one you taking home? Which one you taking home? Every day, every single day. I had to tell him, like, can you get more creative?
Diversify.
Okay. Nope. Which one you taking home? It was every day. And I was like, okay, that did work. But
you'll notice after a while, it's the same 10 people commenting every time. Yeah.
I don't know. Social media is funny. I don't know if I'm going to get burned out of this whole game at any point soon, but I know a lot of people do. That's what's sad about this hobby is to think about all the people I've seen come and go over the last couple of years that you think are just like, oh, they're going to be around forever. And people, I mean, I've been into a million hobbies that I've lost interest in. It's just weird to me being so passionate about this hobby that someone else wouldn't feel the exact same way and want to do the same thing. And
yeah,
why aren't you excited about a piece of plastic and steel to cut stuff? Oh, you have a pair of scissors? Well, okay, that works too.
yeah, yeah. I think honestly, most of the people, if I try to track the like people I've become friends with who ended up phasing out, just fizzling,
Yeah.
and like, oh, sold most of their knives and then they're just going to be done for a while, have either had like an actual big life change where it's like, I got married and moved to a different state and like my whole life is different than it was before. And it's like at their old job, they were sitting there when they're supposed to be working in the knife community, commenting and stuff. And that's when I would engage with them. And now their new job, they're actually focused on their career, whatever, like real life change. And then the other people who have, I think this may just be me projecting, but what I've perceived to have been happening is a lot of them have taken an approach where they do seem to just be trying to do what's popular, and it's not necessarily what's genuinely their interest. Like,
yeah,
they see a big account doing something and they mimic that for a while, and they might get some small amount of success, but not as much as that big account. And that frustrates them and they feel like they're spinning their wheels, and then it's less fun because it was about the growth. And if the growth isn't satisfying, then it's like, why am I even into this? You know, no one cares that I'm posting about these things. And instead, if people are just like, I don't know, if they're in it for more genuine, wholesome reasons where it's actually interesting to them and they enjoy it, and what they're looking to get out of it isn't necessarily like success or clout or whatever, and it's just because they enjoy it, then those people stick around as long as I've been in it.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you have to be okay with just like, as a content creator, creating for the sake of yourself. So yeah, sometimes things aren't going to be popular. Sometimes you can get frustrated, but if you just keep on going and you're doing it for the sake of doing it, it pays off.
Right.
Yeah, it can be so frustrating.
I know some of my videos are going to get 100 views when the one that went up before it is at 800, and the one that's going to go up after it'll be 650 or whatever. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to not put up that video because I reviewed it for a reason, you know. and maybe in 2 years, all of a sudden, a ton of people are interested in that product, and then I've got a 2-year-old video that all of a sudden spikes in views, and a ton of people find it necessary to look at. Yeah. Or I'll post a picture that I know less of my followers are going to be interested in this knife compared to me posting another photo of the Rec PM2. Yeah. Like, but I don't want to post every day about the Rec PM2. Love that knife. Not that I never want to post about it, but like, I'm going to post about the things that interest me, and I'm going to take a picture that for me was fun to take, and I'm going to edit in a way that looks cool to me. And like, if people like it, great. That's the bonus. But if I'm creating for people, then in my mind, I'm kind of doing it wrong, you know, like.
I agree. I think that's kind of why I haven't taken family photos. I've been taking family photos of my knives for a long time. And the reason I was doing it is purely for attention. Like, who needs to take a photo of 40 PM2s together?
Which can be fun now and then, because
it's impressive, but
absolutely now and then I post something specifically because I know I'm going to get a reaction. There's going to be a big thing. That can be a lot of fun too. But if that's all you're doing, then I think that's out of whack.
Yes. And that's why I'm okay with posting things that don't do well. Sometimes I'll post things that don't do well, that should do well, and I'll pull them down and then I'll repost them because it gets caught in the algorithm somehow where it's just not pumped up. Like in the Facebook group, did you know besides me telling you this, did you know we had a March Madness tournament?
I did, but only because in the group chat you talked about it.
You know how many people signed up for it?
Like 2.
Yeah. 10,000 members, because that post somehow, I think it's because it talks about March Madness, because I put up my own March Madness post to say, go sign up. Mm-hmm. Zero post engagement on that post. So I deleted it. I'm like, it's literally censoring me telling people to go sign up for a March Madness tournament.
Right.
And that whole post, it was like, I felt bad for the guy. He came to us and wanted to set this thing up. And then we posted it, put it to the announcements, pinned at the top. It got 0 traction, which is just like my stupid construction company office has 75% of the people sign up for our dumb tournament. And we couldn't even get a dozen out of 10,000 people because stuff gets buried or stuff gets lost. Or
yeah, I saw that you told us about it, and then I found the post. But I don't watch any basketball unless it's like the Lakers are in the finals, or especially college basketball. I don't watch any professional sports or college sports at all. So to me, it was like,
I hate sports.
I'm not the guy for this.
Sports.
Do you think it's because a lot of people, when they do a March Madness thing, do you think it's because there's a gambling element? And Facebook was like,
I think that's part of it. Yeah. That was my theory on why this post was getting 0. Like the worst engagement of any post on the group right now is our March Madness post. I don't think we're doing it. There was no prize, which hurt it, obviously, but it's just the way Facebook and Instagram promote or decline stuff. So how many likes do you get on an average post years? You get like 600 or 700 likes on stuff, right? Usually
on Instagram.
Yeah.
It depends. Like on the low end, some of my posts will do like 350-ish, but then I'll have others. Like yesterday, my post did 619. Before that, it was only 419, 664, 725, 876, 661. Yeah, I mean it's kind of all over the place, but like really good ones all top 1,000.
My Millie account, since my Millie account got locked down from growth January 2020. For 7 weeks, the Millie account would gain 2, lose 2, gain 2, lose 2 every day for 7 weeks.
So weird.
But it was getting likes. And then all of a sudden it unlocked and I was getting 40 to 90 followers a day. But I was getting 290 likes on my posts. So, okay likes, but I was growing them massively. And it's just weird because Millie account, since I reset it from a business account to a personal account and then back to a business account to see if it fixed it. What it did, though, is it erased all the history of my old post likes and all the stat tracking data. I have never got posts back to where those old posts used to be. I had one post get 63.4 thousand views when I had 2,000 followers. And I had a bunch of other posts break 1,000. I ran the report on Millie 4 days ago. I've never broken 1,000 likes on that account since I reset it.
That's crazy. Yeah, my most liked picture in the last year is at 1,919, which makes me really want to break 2,000.
Crazy.
But that's an anomaly. That's my highest one. Then it drops to 1,874, 1,627, 1,500, 1,400, 1,400. So like
those are all huge.
Yeah, I mean, and when I look at reach, that's what's really like that I like to look at, because I mean likes are obviously great too, but when I see like, my most reach in the last year, I got 36,000 on one picture post, which is really good.
Yeah.
And then I did have that one reel of the fake strider going in the canyon. Yeah. And that got a lot of views. That's for sure. What's funny is on YouTube, I did a video explaining what happened and talking about how I went to go try and find that.
Yeah.
And that video did not get that many views. And there's no way for me now to explain to, let me see how many people have watched it, to explain to 160,000 people who've watched that reel that it was a fake strider. And so there's 159,000 people out there who don't have the actual story, who just saw the like joke video, which makes it so much better, because I did take the time to, in my stories on Instagram and on YouTube, to like share the whole thing. But yeah, those other 159,000 people, some of them might think it's fake, but most of them probably think that there's a real strider at the bottom of that canyon, which is great. This photo, I can't run top 10 reports because this photo shows up 3 times in the top 10 on my reports. Whenever I get bored and I want likes, I'll just post this photo again. This is like a third as many PM2s as I have now. And
That's the photo I used to like jumpstart stuff and get likes again, but nothing ever touched 1900. That one is like 1200, and that was like from August last year.
Could you even frame that picture with all the PM2s you have now?
I need a bigger light. I can't fit them all in my light box. I stopped being able to fit them in my light box about a year ago. So light box fits 25 tight if they're semicircle, and I'm past that. So,
well, plus I'd be willing to bet having the clips on them, it makes you, they kind of
makes
fan.
it makes it easier. So the clips I use like this, it's perfect for stacking them. It makes them fan like that. But
just take all the clips off of them and then literally stack them on each other.
That's not a bad idea.
Be a really frustrating day of pulling a lot of clips off and then putting a lot of clips back on, but it would be epic.
I should just take all the blades out and just put all the blades in the light box.
There you go.
Very shiny photo.
Just get a parts bin and put all the loose parts in, jumble them up, take a picture, and then see if you can put them back together the way they were before.
Yes. We did it. We almost did it. 10, 9.
Oh, goodness.
8.
I didn't realize we were trying to hit 4 hours.
We weren't.
What I did realize is that when you were like, yeah, we should probably try to finish between 10:30 and 11. And then I was like, all right. And you could tell I was about to say, we're getting there. We should try to stop it. You were like, nope, keep going. Here we are.
I'm not done yet. I'm still wide awake. I had 3 energy drinks today.
Strong. I drank 2 full mason jars of mate while we were sitting here. So
that sounds good. We did it. We hit 4 hours. So now I can tell Jason we hit 4 hours too.
There you go. I don't remember exactly how long my episode was with Jason. I feel like it was like 4 hours and 12 minutes or something. If I remembered that correctly, I'm going to feel accomplished and like a stopper. Let's see. With Jason. Oh, 4 hours, 27 minutes.
Ooh, we're not going to hit that.
That's a long one.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a fun hobby. This is weird that we can talk for 4 hours about whatever. It doesn't have to be knife. It just has to be community related on some level. It is really cool. Yep. So in the video I did last night, they got really serious. 2 weeks ago, me and Jason were doing the video cast, and he made a joke about getting my mom on.
That was awesome. I saw that when your mom was on.
So I got my mom on. She literally walked around our farm with the phone.
She went out of service.
This is where Tom caught his first largemouth bass. And I'm like, oh my God, this is weird. So we did that. And then she wanted to know how to watch it. So she's in the group because I invited her and she joined it. She found the post and she watched it and thought it was so cool of getting her involved. Okay. Thought left, she'll never watch it again. Until you get a really weird text message from your mother saying how she's very sorry and you've been going through so much and you're such an inspiration. I'm like, oh, that's really embarrassing. I was okay saying all that super touchy-feely stuff to a bunch of strangers, but my mom watching it, oh my God, this is embarrassing. Yeah. So that was the text message I woke up to this morning is first, Jason was sarcastic and said I was leaving the knife community. So I got a frantic text message saying, what's going on? Why aren't you into knives? What are you? I'm like,
from your mom?
I just responded sarcasm. And then I got the nice flowery message later, but it was weird having my mom watch it. I don't know.
Yeah, I consider myself a little bit lucky in the sense that if my mom watches it, I'm sure she knows how to find my channel and all that.
Yeah.
I don't think she does, which is, if she does, she doesn't say anything. So that's good. And then even like my wife doesn't watch my videos or listen to my podcast or, like there's too much of it. She doesn't have time for it. And not that I would make different content if she did per se, but I don't know. It's nice for there to be a level of ambiguity where like the people that I am talking to when I have an audience or whatever you want to call it are random. because it's different than feeling like you're talking to people who already know you. And I don't know, you communicate differently. So
when
you're
you
gonna
talk
have
to
to
people
kick your
that
mom out of the Millie Club.
There's also the whole, you're way more conscientious about what you're saying when you're like talking to people, you know, like, oh, I can't tell that story because I've already told that story, but I can talk about this, but oh crap, they didn't get invited to that party, so I can't talk about it. Like, there's way too many levels of like having to be conscious about what you're talking about. When you're just talking like we are, it's, I don't know, it's not bad.
Yeah. So should we tie a bow on it finally? Are we calling it here? We're over 4 hours.
12:39 p.m. on the West Coast on March 23rd. We started on March 22nd. So yeah.
We've done this for 2 days. We're officially in the territory where only real Bearded Gear listeners have made it to this point of the podcast. So Tom, before we depart, tell people where they can find you. I will link to these places. If you're watching on YouTube, it'll be in the description down below. I don't think it makes sense to link to things on podcasts. Somebody let me know if it does, because I always say that, and I still haven't really tried, if we're being honest. But I know how to link easily on YouTube in the description. So for people who are listening, or for people who just want to hear it from you, Thomas, where can people find you if they want to see your content and learn more about you and what you do?
So if you are on Instagram, I am Thomas, which is my name, O, the letter O for Oliver, Moore, Thomas O. Moore. That's my account. Tommaso Moore. I can't say it normal. Shabazz said Tommaso one time, and I started saying it, and I can't stop.
And it's Thomas with an H, correct?
Thomas with an H.
Because on here it says Tom, T-O-M. And one thing about most Toms I know is usually when people who are named Thomas abbreviate to Tom, they do not say, or they do not include the H. Although I've met one Tom who did, and I called him Thom on purpose.
You should call him Thom. They deserve to be called Thom. That's not okay.
Yeah.
But Thomas O'More is a place you go if you want to look at little pretty pictures of like lightbox photos. But the thing my account's best at is if you want to know what Spydercos are coming out, when, what to do, how to get them, it's probably the best place on the internet to find out. Just saying.
Yeah. I probably should have led your intro with that, because the number one time when I recommend your account to people is when people are like, I always miss drops. How do I find out about these? And I'm always like, follow Thomas Moore on Instagram. That's all.
If sprints are dropping at random dealers, turn on notifications, because that's how you'll find them. But
yep.
So that's my primary account. My other account is the Millie PM2 P3 Club Instagram account. It's just 2,000 awesome pictures of PM2s and Para 3s that I found over the last 2 years. And they're all
is MILLIE.
Yes.
PM2 Para or PM2 P3 Club.
Yes. And then my real home is on Facebook, Spyderco, Millie, PM2, Para 3 Club. Facebook will always be more important to me than Instagram. Instagram is my side gig. Facebook is my jam. So come join us on Facebook. If you are one of those Instagram people, because I've talked to a million of you who say you can't do Facebook because I'm whatever, stop. Go sign up on Facebook. Join a knife group. You'll change your mind.
Yeah. The only thing I do on Facebook for the last several years is knife groups. I have not looked at a normal feed that Facebook curates for people from high school that I don't care about in years. And I'm on Facebook all the time and only in knife groups, and it's awesome. The Millie Club is the best one.
Well, and it learns your algorithm, so eventually you just stop seeing anything else anyway.
Probably true. Yeah. I haven't even tried. I just click on the groups tab and my notifications, and that's it.
Yeah. So that's where to find me. I like knives. I like other stuff. I like cars. I like sweatshirts. But knives are my passion.
And root beer. We didn't even talk about root beer.
Oh my God. I drank the whole thing. Get yourself a fine bottle of Henry Weinhard's root beer and you will not regret it.
It's real good. I got a 6-pack of those and a 6-pack of the cream soda like 2 weeks ago, but I already drank them all. I was going to have one for tonight and I wasn't strong enough and I finished them.
That's awesome.
I even went to the store today like a chump to buy these flowers, and I didn't think about it while I was in there. I should have bought more of them.
Next time we do this for 4 hours.
There will be another podcast with Tommaso Moore.
For sure. This was just a warm up.
Yeah, For sure. Next one will be a real marathon.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thank you everybody for listening. This has been episode number 13 of the Bearded Gear podcast. It's been a fun one, at least for me. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. And follow Thomas on the platforms that he already mentioned. If you're on YouTube, they will be linked below. One more reminder, and we'll see you all in the next one. Thanks, everybody.